Chapter 869. In the Lingyun Nation, somewhere in the distant star region, on a certain planet, there were lush trees everywhere, like a green ocean. This was simply a world of plants. The largest city on this planet was called Yi Family City, because this planet was controlled by the Yi family. The Yi family was the ruler of this planet, controlling the political, economic, and military lifelines of this planet. At this time, in the city lord's mansion, a little lowly just happened to come home from school. She excitedly returned home and directly threw herself onto a beautiful woman, shouting excitedly, "Sister, sister, today I did something big with Dong Dong and the others. In the future, I can also earn money. I can already become an adult." This little lowly was the Yi family's little princess, Yi Jiejia. The woman next to her was the little lowly's elder sister, Yi Meng Yao, the Yi family's eldest princess, and also the peerless genius of the Yi family's younger generation. She stood on the ground, wearing a long white dress, showing off her outstanding charm. Her figure was graceful and exquisite. She was simply a goddess of a generation. This was a completely mature little lowly, the enlarged version of Yi Jiejia. Earn money? Yi Meng Yao was a little confused. Her sister was only 6 years old, and she was still in school. How could she earn money? Moreover, she was born in the Yi family, so she didn't need to earn money. She asked curiously, "Jiejia, what happened?" "Sister, I met a kind-hearted native big brother in the virtual network's novice village." The little lowly Yi Jiejia said excitedly. "He said he didn't have any universe dollars on him, so he asked me to borrow money." "What?" Yi Meng Yao was shocked. She knew that although her sister was only 6 years old, every New Year's or birthday, there would be a lot of people who wanted to curry favor with the Yi family and give her pocket money. After accumulating for a long time, the money in her sister's bank account was probably more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. This was definitely not a small amount. "What happened? Did you lend it to him?" Yi Meng Yao immediately asked. Yi Jiejia nodded. "I lent it to him, a total of 1.3 million federal coins. He said he would borrow it for 100 years, and every year he would return me 13,000 federal coins, so that I can earn money every year. He even asked me if I was happy. Sister, am I very powerful? In the future, I can earn money every year, and I can earn money for 100 years. She revealed a look that said, "Sister, come and praise me. Earn my ass." Hearing this, Yi Meng Yao's face turned green. Her beautiful eyes that were like stars revealed a dense murderous aura. Borrowing money for 100 years? Why not just go to the heavens? Why not directly borrow money for 1,000 years? What was the difference between this and giving money to that bastard? Even if the loan period was ridiculously long, it was still acceptable to give some interest, but this brat actually had to pay back 13,000 federal coins every year. Wasn't this paying back his sister according to the principal amount? If it was placed in the bank, there would be an annual interest of 4%. This bastard was crazy. He didn't even want to pay interest and directly snatched his sister's money. He was clearly trying to get something for nothing. He even said that he would be able to earn money every year, and for 100 years? She couldn't even see how he could earn money from air. To think that he could come up with such a shameless excuse. He wouldn't even let go of a child's money. He was definitely an invincible liar in the universe. Jiejia. Yi Meng Yao clenched her fists and suppressed the anger in her heart. She suddenly thought of something. "You said that Dong Dong and the others also did something big with you. Could it be that they also lent money to that native?" "That's right, I lent them all." Yi Jiejia nodded her head forcefully. "The native big brother also said that if we still have money, we can continue to lend it to him. The more the better. We can also let mom and dad join us." Shameless native. Yi Meng Yao was now exceptionally angry. Not only did this shameless native cheat her sister, he didn't even let go of a group of children's money. He even wanted to cheat her family. What a wolf's ambition. She asked carefully and became even angrier. The native actually borrowed a total of 23 million universe dollars. This was definitely a huge sum of money in the universe. It was money that ordinary people couldn't earn in their entire lives. But now, it was all swept away by this shameless native, and all of her sister's New Year's money was taken away. "Sister, should we lend him some money? We'll be able to earn more money in the future. Yi Jiajia blinked her pure big eyes and bit her finger. She seemed to be calculating her annual income. If she borrowed 10 million universe dollars, she would be able to earn 100,000 universe dollars every year. It was much more than before. Yi Mengyao's mouth twitched. She saw her 6-year-old sister being tricked by this shameless swindler. She was basically sold, and she was still counting money for this shameless swindler. Jiajia, you wait here. I'll go discuss it with Mom and Dad. Yi Mengyao was filled with killing intent. To the Yi clan, a mere million universe dollars was nothing. It was like a drop in the ocean. The problem was that this swindler actually dared to cheat the Yi family. This was a matter of face. No one could cheat the Yi family's things without paying a price. 10 minutes later, Yi Mengyao's parents and uncles all knew about this. What, the swindler? He actually dared to cheat my Yi family? Too arrogant. Where is this swindler native? I'll go and settle the score with him immediately. Father Yi was so angry that his beard curled up. He actually dared to bully his precious daughter. He simply didn't want his life. How do we settle the score? The other party is in the universe virtual network. He's even in the novice village. We can't get in at all. Mother Yi said in a bad mood. She was also very angry. He actually bullied her little daughter and cheated her of a large sum of money. This time, she must teach that damn swindler a lesson. That's not right. How did that native enter the novice village? People who have opened up the Purple Palace shouldn't be able to enter? Yi Mengyao suddenly thought of this matter. For aliens like them, it was simply impossible for adults to not open up the Purple Palace. It was simply unimaginable. No matter how trash they were, they could open it up and advance to the mortal realm. The problem was, the novice village was a place where children stayed. It was equivalent to a kindergarten. How did this native get in? It didn't make sense at all. He severed his own cultivation. This kid definitely severed his own cultivation. He forcefully lowered his martial arts realm to below the mortal realm. That's why he could return to the novice village. Father Yi clenched his teeth. Try to think about it. A treasure refining realm warrior only earns 10,000 universe dollars a month. Now that he severed his own cultivation, he actually got 23 million universe dollars. If it was according to normal progress, he wouldn't be able to earn this amount of money in his lifetime. But now he's earned it. He cheated 23 million universe dollars. With this money, if he wants to cultivate back in the future, isn't that a matter of seconds? He seemed to have seen through the swindler's true colors. Chapter 870. At the same time, the big families on the various planets of the Lingyu nation were also in a mess. They also knew that their children had been cheated of all their red packet money by a scammer. Moreover, he had plucked the feathers from the geese, leaving no money behind. This shameless scammer even wanted to instigate the children and pull their families into his scam. Instantly, countless descendants of the big families were infuriated. They all wanted to beat him up. Shameless thief. He's simply audacious to the extreme. He even dares to deceive our Lu family. He's courting his own destruction. 1 million universe dollars. He actually wants to pay it back over 100 years. Moreover, it's only 10,000 universe dollars a year. He must be dreaming. Our Lu family's money has fallen into the hands of that scammer for no reason. This is intolerable. A group of descendants of the Lu family gritted their teeth. They did not even have that much money on them. Now that they were cheated by that scammer, this was a great humiliation. Not only the Lu family, but even the Yi family, Chen family, Huang family, and other young masters and princesses have been scammed. All of their pocket money has been cheated by that scammer. It's a total of 23 million universe dollars. Someone was well informed and knew about the major events that happened in the big families. Damn, 23 million universe dollars. This is a shocking case. Arrest and execute him immediately. That scammer is dead meat. He has offended so many big families. It's useless even if he runs to the ends of the earth. Call the police immediately. Arrest that scammer and lock him up for a few hundred years. Immediately, many people started cursing. They were actually trying to swindle them, the aristocratic families, and swindle the money of a child. They were simply shameless to the extreme. They had seen scammers before, but they had never seen such a shameless scammer. He had no professional ethics at all. It's useless. There's no way to call the police. Someone shook his head. What? The group was shocked. Someone said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? He cheated out 23 million universe dollars and you say there's no way to call the police? Are you kidding me? Strictly speaking, this is not fraud. It's a private loan and a civil dispute. Even if we call the police won't care about this." That person said in a low voice, "After all, the kid still has a contract. It's just that there's no interest and the time is a little long. In fact, interest-free loans are allowed by law. Unless that kid runs away, there's no way to call the police or file a case." Everyone had to admit it. After all, interest-free loans did exist. Although it was rare, it wasn't impossible. Unless that kid absconded with the money, it wasn't a scam. Then declare the contract invalid. Those are just children. They have no civil capacity at all. The contract they signed is also invalid, someone shouted. You're wrong. The man shook his head. According to the laws of the Lingyun nation, as long as a child is 3 years old, he or she has full civil capacity and can sign a contract on his or her own. Therefore, this contract is legally binding. Being in the universe was different from being on a planet. This was because there were countless races in the universe, and some races matured extremely quickly. They could grow from infants to adults in a year and possess the intelligence of adults. This was not surprising. Therefore, the 18-year-old protection law would not work in the universe. After all, these races were special. If they were considered minors and engaged in illegal activities, wouldn't the law become their umbrella? No matter what he did, he wouldn't be punished. Therefore, in order to prevent these races from having special rights, the laws of the Lingyun nation directly stated that children at the age of 3 had full civil capacity. Even if they committed a crime, they would be treated like an adult and wouldn't have any special rights. I guess that's why the scammer chose to deceive the children. He's exploiting a loophole in the law. We can't do anything to him, the man said angrily, clenching his fists. He really is a super scammer. He's calculated everything. Damn it. That scammer must have planned this for a long time. God knows how many years and how many times he's studied the law. It's definitely planned. Think about it, even if he's deceiving a child, an ordinary child wouldn't have much money. They probably wouldn't even have a single universal dollar. It's useless to deceive them. Only the children of the big families would be the real deal. Yes, that scammer must have calculated everything. First, he searched for information on the children of the big families, destroyed his own cultivation, sneaked into the novice village, and then carried out his deception plan. Step by step, everything is linked. Can't we do anything to him? We can only watch him get away with it, taking our family's money to eat and drink to his heart's content? I can't accept this. Our family's hard-earned money has all been squandered by him. I can't accept this. Damn scammer. We must capture him and skin him alive. Everyone gritted their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to bite this scammer to death. However, they couldn't even call the police now. They also couldn't use the law to deal with this shameless native. Since the law can't deal with this bastard, then we'll play dirty. This world doesn't only have light, there's also darkness. A man was filled with killing intent. Since the law couldn't do justice for them, then they would do it themselves. In the universe, the strong ate the weak and the strong survived. This was the truth of the universe. A small scammer, did he think he could live peacefully after scamming the big family's money? Yes, find that kid's location. We'll directly drive a spaceship over and arrest him immediately. A man shouted. He wanted to find the scammer's location and kill him immediately. How do we find him? Someone said gloomily, this kid seems to be in the novice village, and he's even in the universe virtual network. If he doesn't reveal his location, we won't be able to find him no matter what. Everyone gritted their teeth. The universe virtual network didn't belong to Lingyun nation. Its power spanned the entire universe. A small nation wanting to shake such a huge entity was a joke. Therefore, it was impossible to track that kid's location through the network. Then let's go to the novice village and find him. That's right. That kid can enter the novice village, but we can't? He's just cutting off his own cultivation. Get a few guards to cut off their own cultivation and teach that guy a lesson. Unless that kid doesn't show himself. Once he does, he's dead meat. No matter how strong the scammer is, there's only one of him. How can he stop us? Yes, let's act immediately. Don't waste time here. If that scammer escapes, all our efforts will be wasted. Chapter 871. Universe Virtual Network, Martial Arts Space, Novice Village. The door of the martial arts school opened and Xia Ping walked out. He passed the test and immediately felt refreshed. Although his martial arts cultivation did not increase, his strength was not the same as before. If he was just a piece of raw stone before, then after polishing, he already had a trace of the shape of a diamond. What's going on? Xia Ping had just walked out of the martial arts school and immediately found that the originally empty novice village was now filled with many people. They were not children, but mostly adults. Some people looked fierce and had knife scars on their faces. They were at least 20 or 30 years old. They looked like murderers who had been in the underworld for a long time and killed many people. When these people saw Xia Ping walk out of the school, they surrounded him like hungry wolves seeing a fat sheep. They were very fierce. "Kid, what's your name?" A man with small eyes stared at Xia Ping. His eyes rolled around, containing a cunning light. He seemed to want to probe Xia Ping's background, but he did not make a move. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He could naturally see that these people were up to no good, but he pretended not to know and stood with his hands behind his back. "My name is Wu Wudi." He showed the demeanor of an invincible master. The corners of his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. "Wu Wudi?" A man in a black vest laughed out loud. "A liar dares to call himself Wu Wudi? You're really bold. Who gave you such courage?" Everyone looked at Xia Ping as if they were looking at a fool. A liar should be low-key. That was the most basic excellent character. This way, he would not attract attention and could escape calmly without being discovered by the enemy. He quietly disappeared into the crowd and escaped thousands of miles away. But this kid was good. He was afraid that people would not know his name. He even dared to call himself Wu Wudi. Was he afraid that he would not be beaten up on the streets? Or was he born to be beaten up? Liar? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who are you calling a liar? Do you know that this is malicious slander? I can sue you." He looked very angry. These words seemed to affect his reputation. "Liar, I'm talking about you. You still don't know when you're about to die, and you're still pretending to be ignorant. Do you know what you've done? You've cheated so many young masters of aristocratic families of their money. Do you think it's over so easily? Spit out all the money you've swallowed, or you'll have to bear the consequences. That's right, hurry up and hand over the money. Do you think a liar like you can swallow this kind of money? Walking in the universe, what kind of money can be swindled, and what kind of money can't be swindled? Don't you have any idea? If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you won't be able to escape death even if you flee to a corner of the universe." A group of ferocious men clamored and fiercely glared at Xia Ping. Each and every one of them clenched their fists and made cracking sounds. They stared at Xia Ping like a pack of jackals. "So that's how it is. You're talking about me borrowing money." Xia Ping said matter-of-factly, "I admit that I did borrow some money from some kind-hearted children, but I've already made a written agreement and decided to pay them back in installments of 100 years. This is the IOU. You can take a look. It's all legal. Even if you call the police, they won't be able to bite me." He waved his hand and a virtual page popped up. There was a written agreement on it, indicating that his procedures were legal. This was not a scam, but a reasonable loan. There was nothing wrong with it. "Legal your ass." The knife-scarred man scolded. "Whether it's a scam or not, you fucking know in your heart. Don't bite on Wenju's name here. Liars like you all have a glib tongue. You can even make it sound like a song. Who can beat you?" He glared fiercely at Xia Ping. "I'm not biting on Wenju's name. I'm just trying to reason with you. This isn't a scam, it's a loan. Xia Ping spread his hands. Oh right, do you want to lend me 2 million universe dollars in installments of 200 years? I'll pay back 10,000 universe dollars every year. I'll let you earn money every year. I guarantee you won't lose money. If that's the case, your future retirement will be guaranteed. He looked expectantly at this group of men. Scram. The group of men grimaced. Not only did this damn scammer want to scam children, but he also wanted to scam them. He wanted them to lend this scammer 2 million universe dollars in installments of 200 years and 10,000 universe dollars every year. Why didn't this scammer just die? If there was such a sucker, they also wanted to borrow it. The more the better. Also, this bastard's eyes. What was that look in his eyes? Was he looking forward to them becoming retarded and becoming this bastard sucker, a human ATM? Alright, actually, you can think about this from another perspective. Xia Ping changed the topic. This isn't being scammed. It's a benevolent act of helping poor people and rescuing the impoverished natives from the sea of suffering. This is an act of kindness, a great act of love, a great act of love. If you think about it this way, does it make you feel better? A skinny man was stunned and subconsciously said, if you think about it this way, it does feel a lot better. That's right. This money is donated to the poor and not scammed. This way, things are completely different. Another man nodded, feeling that it made sense. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. It doesn't matter who the rich person donates to. There's nothing wrong with donating to me now. It's helping the poor anyway. And this isn't a donation, it's a loan. I'll still return it. There seemed to be a holy light on his body. Yes. Brother is right. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Slap, slap. The scar-faced man slapped them, causing them to spin on the spot. He immediately cursed, "Are you fucking stupid? You've really been fooled by this kid. Which scammer doesn't say that? And you still donate to him? Why don't you donate to us? And an act filled with love? You've already given money to a scammer. Isn't it filled with love for a scammer? Don't practice martial arts all day. Grow some brains." He was mad. He didn't expect his companions to have such idiots. If they weren't here, there might really be people who fell for this kid's tricks. They would have to pay their pension and pay it back in installments of 200 years. Kid, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. If you don't want to hand it over, I have my ways to make you hand it over. When I torture you until you wish you were dead, you'll know how stupid your actions are today. The scar-faced man shouted angrily, his eyes revealing a cruel look. Whoosh. Chapter 872. Boom. The man with a knife scar moved extremely fast. He punched with amazing momentum, which was as heavy and broad as a mountain. The momentum around him condensed into a substance, making people almost breathless. Before entering the novice village, he was a cultivator in the fulfillment realm. Because of the bounty from a big family, he voluntarily cut off his cultivation and fell into the master realm. Because he had just cut off his cultivation, he was seriously injured. At most, he could exert the strength of the sixth sky of Supreme Master. But no matter what, he was a cultivator in the fulfillment realm. If he was in the cloud realm, he would be a king with great strength. Not to mention, he was born in the universe, where there were many strong people. He had gone through complete training. His fighting skills and fighting consciousness were many times better than the warriors in the cloud realm. Even if he was only in the sixth sky of Supreme Master, he was much stronger than ordinary masters. This liar is dead. The people around him all held their hands and looked like they were watching a good show. Even among the people present, the man with a knife scar was an extremely powerful fighting master who killed people like flies. He was born on the mountain star. The humans living on that planet were all from the mountain tribe. They were born with the power to pull up mountains and knew how to use the power of mountains. When he punched, it was like a mountain falling down, making people have nowhere to escape. Even if they met it head-on, they would be blown away and their bodies would be seriously injured. It is indeed the legendary mountain fist technique. When he punched out, it was heavy, broad, and vast, like a mountain falling from the sky. It was unstoppable. This liar would probably be seriously injured with one punch. How dare he call himself Wu Wudi? Why didn't he weigh himself? Someone next to him commented and sneered. As a liar, once he succeeded, he would immediately run away. This was the best strategy. However, this guy was so reckless. He actually stayed where he was, as if he was afraid that others did not know he did it. In this way, if he did not die, who would? He asked for it. Mountain fist technique? It's a little imposing. Xia Ping watched the scar-faced man's movements lazily. If he had seen the scar-faced man's martial arts before the battle with the sage's shadow, he might have been a little shocked and felt that this fist technique was many times more exquisite than the one in the cloud realm. It was clearly an ordinary punch, but the technique of the technique was extremely profound. The same amount of strength, but in the hands of the other party, the destructive power was several times stronger. There was no comparison at all. Unfortunately, he had encountered stronger opponents. Although the scar-faced man's martial arts skills were good, compared to the sage's phantom, one was a rooster and the other was a phoenix. There was simply no comparison. He took a step forward and punched the air. It was an upright and powerful punch. In midair, there was a tremor and an explosion. A terrifying spiral force immediately surged out from his fist, as if forming a terrifying vortex of air. Every stream of air condensed into a substance, as if it had assimilated into a death trap to strangle the enemy. What? The scar-faced man was shocked. He instinctively felt the terror of this punch. The spiral force of the opponent's fist was indestructible, like a drill rumbling. Even if his fist technique was the mountain fist technique, facing this kind of spiral drill, it would be instantly pierced through. In terms of destructive power, the two were not on the same level. But now, even if he wanted to dodge, it was simply too late. It was hard to get off the tiger, so he could only brace himself and urge the power in his body to attack. Bang! The two fists collided, and the air instantly exploded, inch by inch. It was like a mountain had been destroyed by a terrifying bomb. It was split into pieces, and the huge mountain rocks were blown into powder. The scar-faced man let out a shrill scream. Even if he had infinitely increased the power of this swindler's fist, when things came to this, he had completely underestimated this native. The fist force was as fragile as a baby, and it was instantly torn into pieces. The fist force passed through the air, vibrating thousands of times, and penetrated into his lungs. In an instant, the spiral-like fist force seeped in, crazily destroying his body like a whirlpool. No matter how much he circulated his qigong, he could not expel it. Boom! In the next second, his entire body exploded into pieces, and just like that, he turned into a ball of light, disappearing from the empty space. He did not even have the strength to resist. Impossible! Brother Scar was blown up with one punch? What happened just now? It was too fast, I did not even see it clearly. Brother Scar is a fulfillment realm cultivator, and his strength is tyrannical. Even if he severed his own cultivation, his battle awareness is boundless. How could this swindler be Brother Scar's opponent? What kind of trick did this swindler use to plot against Brother Scar? Many of the men were dumbfounded and did not know what to do. They were originally confident that Brother Scar alone could take care of this despicable swindler. However, who would have thought that even the strongest among them, the man with the scar, could not withstand a single punch from this swindler? He was blown up on the spot and turned into a ball of light. Although this was the universe virtual network, and dying here was not real death, even so, it would still severely damage one's spiritual power, and they would not be able to log in again for a month. In serious cases, it might even affect one's martial cultivation, leaving an indelible shadow. No one wanted to die casually in the virtual network. Too weak. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the group calmly. You want to cause trouble for me, Wu Wudi, with just this bit of strength? Are you guys here to joke around? Have you considered your own strength? All of you attack together. I have something to do later, and I'm in a hurry. He indicated that the group could attack together, and he would settle it quickly. Since they could not come to an agreement, they would fight until they were convinced. This was the eternal truth of the universe. Whoever had the bigger fist would speak louder, and it made sense. Attack together? Damn swindler, don't be too arrogant. You're really arrogant. You want to take on all of us by yourself? Do you really think you're woo-woody? Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish? That's right. What's the point of talking about morality with a swindler? Attack together, destroy this kid completely, and we'll be able to report back. Pack, destroy him. Suddenly, the group was angered by Xia Ping's arrogant attitude. Everyone's martial cultivation was clearly about the same, and he actually wanted to fight all of them by himself. Just how much did this kid want to look down on them? Although they were all looking for trouble with this kid for money, it did not mean that they had no self-respect. They had been looked down upon to this extent. If they did not fight back, who would take them seriously in the future? Chapter 873. Kill. A man holding a 3-foot-long sword rushed forward. He was a master swordsman, and his swordsmanship had reached the acme of perfection. There were no flaws at all. Even in the universe, the sword was the king of weapons. It was widely used by countless masters. Its power was infinite, and it could kill the monsters that ran amok in the universe. Legend had it that some universe sages used swords, and they were known as sword sages. One sword light could chill 19 continents, and they could even cut a planet in half. The cut was smooth and silent. Even though this man's cultivation was not as terrifying as a sage's, his swordsmanship was much better than the warriors of the Cloud Realm. As the sword slashed down, hundreds of sword chi appeared in the air, intertwining to form a death net. It shrouded down like a laser light curtain of death. If hit, the whole body would be cut into hundreds of pieces, and blood would flow. Even the sword chi contained a strong martial arts will. It was murderous, and it emitted a strong mental power. It condensed the sword chi, and its power increased several times. Go to hell! A gloomy young man in black training clothes rushed forward. He exuded a vicious aura, as if he was a devil who walked out of a pile of corpses. He was barehanded, and he slapped down with his palm. This was the famous palm technique in the universe, 7-break palm. What were the 7 breaks? They were the breaking of the heart, the breaking of the blood, the breaking of the tendons, the breaking of the liver and intestines, the breaking of the kidneys, the breaking of the bones, and the breaking of the wrist. One slap would break the whole body. This was an evil palm technique purely for killing. It used the most painful way to kill the enemy, and let them suffer. In the universe, people who knew this palm technique were cruel people. They were either killers or villains, and they were perverts who enjoyed torturing the weak. Disappear for me. A man wielding a large saber also roared. He was extremely violent, like an explosive bear, incomparably ferocious. He dragged the large saber and slashed towards Xia Ping. Martial arts secret technique, wind slash. This sword technique was said to be able to split the wind, and its power was infinite. The creator of this saber technique was a Saber Dao Almighty. He believed that the Saber Dao was boundless. With a slash of the saber, it could split rocks, gold, and even diamonds. These tangible objects were nothing. At most, it would have some ferocious power. If one could split an invisible thing like the wind, he could be regarded as a real success in swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship was the most ferocious in the world, and it could kill anything with one slash. Although this man did not fully display this swordsmanship, it was still quite terrifying. He almost exerted this overbearing weapon to the limit. When the sword slashed down, the air exploded, and the sword chi form seemed to split the earth in half. Other than that, the rest of the people also made their moves. They were all once at the Purple Mansion realm or the Fulfillment realm. Some were even at the Divine Ability realm. In the Cloud realm, they were all monarchs or even invincible monarchs. Even though they had cut off their cultivation and fallen to the Supreme Power realm, and because they had just cut off their cultivation, their vitality was greatly injured. Their highest cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Supreme Power realm, but their combat effectiveness could not be underestimated. These masters attacked at the same time, and the threat had reached a sensational level. Any master would be scared to death in the face of such an attack. They could only close their eyes and wait for death. However, this group of people did not include Xia Ping. He stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. After fighting with the shadow of the sage for 10 days and 10 nights, his nerves had been tempered to the point of steel. These masters attacked at the same time, but it was nothing at all. They could not shake his spirit at all. No matter how powerful these masters were, could they be compared with the sage? They had seen the deep sharks and crocodiles in the sea. How could they be afraid of the ordinary carp in the pond? At the moment when these people attacked, Xia Ping also attacked. He was simply a master of a generation. Every move was natural. He did not make any special movements. He just blasted out a punch. He had already simplified this move, removing all the complicated and cumbersome moves. It was simple, powerful, and upright. It was just a ferocious punch. However, it was this punch that was terrifyingly powerful. Impossible! The fastest swordsman with the 3-foot-long sword was the first to be punched. In mid-air, the air kept exploding. The sword chi that he was proud of was invincible. However, under such a spiral fist force, he was as fragile as a baby. He was instantly torn to pieces, and all the sword chi was shattered. Even this fist force, inch by inch, spread along the air, constantly vibrating, and reached the body of the swordsman. With a scream, the swordsman's body was instantly blown to pieces and disappeared. Before he disappeared, there was a trace of astonishment, confusion, and fear in the depths of his eyes. He did not even know how he died or how he was killed. Xia Ping did not care about killing a swordsman. He casually punched again, this time aiming at the young man who had used the 7 breaking palms to attack him. You must be joking. The young man was horrified. His opponent's fist seemed to have turned into a vortex, like a black hole. It produced a terrifying suction force that had the power to devour everything. Originally, his 7 breaking palms was vicious and sinister. It contained 49 layers of force, which was why it could break the meridians of the enemy. It was incomparably vicious. However, this energy was instantly absorbed by the vortex. It was like a black hole, swallowing up all the energy. The 7 break palm was completely useless against this brat. No. However, before he could think of how to deal with this native, Xia Ping's fist shattered the 7 breaking palms and directly smashed towards his head. Bang. If time was slowed down by tens of times, one could clearly see that the young man's head was deformed by this punch. It was like a rubber ball being crushed to its limit. With a boom, his head exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. He was smashed into meat paste by a single punch. It was an extremely miserable death. Even though he was in the virtual network and his real body did not die, dying in such a miserable manner would definitely leave him with severe psychological trauma. He would have nightmares every night. But to Xia Ping, this was just a casual punch. He did not care at all. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the bodies of the evolved masters exploded. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. Every punch and every kick exploded with a terrifying spiral force. Once touched, one would either die or be seriously injured. Nothing could block it. The current Xia Ping did not even need to use any martial arts moves. He only needed to throw a punch. As long as he touched his opponent would definitely die. His body would explode and turn into meat paste. Chapter 874. There's no one left? After an unknown period of time, Xia Ping finally stopped. He had been immersed in comprehending the spiral power and had not noticed the situation around him. When he stopped, the people around him had been beaten up one by one. They turned into balls of light and disappeared on the spot. They would not be able to log into the virtual network again for a month. At this time, those people were forced to exit the virtual network one by one and returned to the real world. What's going on? Why are we out so soon? Where's that damn swindler? Did he catch that kid and beat him up? Yeah, it doesn't matter if he has money or not. Our Huang family is not short of money. The most important thing is to teach that swindler a lesson and let him know that not everyone's money can be swindled. That's right. Do we still have face if we let that kid continue to get away with it? We don't even dare to speak loudly when we go out for a walk. A group of aristocratic children immediately surrounded this group of people. They all looked at these people who had self-severed their cultivation and wanted to know how badly the swindler had been beaten up. However, the group of people looked very embarrassed and could not say anything. This was because this group of aristocratic children was too excited. All of them thought that they had captured the swindler easily, but now they were so miserable. Not only did they not teach the swindler a lesson, but they were also taught a lesson by the swindler and their bodies were beaten up. One of the aristocratic children could also see that the mood of this group of people was different. If they had really taught the swindler a lesson, how could they be so depressed? It was as if they had been cheated of millions. He immediately asked, "Looking at your expressions, could it be that you have failed the mission?" "Sorry, we are incompetent. We have indeed failed the mission this time." The scar-faced man and the others were very ashamed. "We really did not expect that kid to be so strong. Every punch and kick had terrifying power. We were no match for him at all. Just a few punches and kicks and we were beaten up. We were forced to exit the virtual network." He wanted to bury his head in the ground. Previously, they had been so confident that teaching a swindler a lesson would be as easy as turning over their hand, as simple as drinking water. Who would have thought that they would be the ones taught a lesson and given a martial arts lesson? Beaten up in a few punches and kicks? Are you guys crazy? A young master from an aristocratic family yelled, "You guys have the advantage in numbers. There were 20 to 30 of you, and each of you could have drowned him with just a mouthful of saliva. Now you're telling me that even with 20 to 30 of you working together, they were still beaten up by that brat and killed with just a few punches and kicks. Do you fucking think that I'm a fool? Did you fall into that brat's trap, or did you fall into his evil trap?" He did not believe the words of this group of people at all. One person had defeated a formation of 20 to 30 people, and they were all at the same cultivation level. It was simply too exaggerated. Even he couldn't do it himself. "No, it's not that I've fallen for the other party's evil tricks, it's just that the other party is too strong. He's like a demon god. Every punch and kick of his contains terrifying power. Anyone who touches him will definitely die. This kid is simply a monster. He's not just a swindler. His martial arts cultivation is unfathomable." The scarred man and the others all spoke up, indicating that they were not careless, nor were they fooled. They had attacked together, but they were still no match for the swindler and were all defeated. Recalling what had just happened, all of them were incomparably terrified. The swindler's punch was like a black hole, like a whirlpool, instantly absorbing all the power of their attacks, unable to cause any damage to the swindler. However, the other party's punch produced a terrifying suction force. Even if they wanted to escape, it was useless. They were entangled by the tyrannical power of the whirlpool, unable to escape. Even that whirlpool power penetrated everything, instantly piercing through their bodies. Their body protection techniques could not even withstand it for a second. The difference was simply too great. This kind of power was not something that mortals could withstand. It seemed to have the aura of a saint. What? Many of the young masters from aristocratic families were shocked. They did not expect these people to actually say such things. One person might be able to lie, but with so many people lying together, it was simply impossible. "If you don't believe me, we recorded a video just now. You can take a look," the scarred man said in a deep voice. When they acted, they all turned on the recording function on their bodies. Everything that happened was recorded. This was also their habit when carrying out tasks, to be able to leave enough evidence to convince the employer. Many people immediately watched and soon saw Xia Ping attack. He was like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, showing great divine power, blowing up one grandmaster after another with one punch. He was invincible and tyrannical. They were also people who knew what was good and what was bad. They all knew that Xia Ping's martial arts skills were terrible and had already reached the acme of perfection. Moreover, he had also mastered a peerless martial art, making him invincible. It was with this mysterious martial art that a group of people could not achieve anything and were blown up with one punch, dying extremely miserably. Impossible! Seeing this video, a knowledgeable young master immediately shouted, "Whirlpool power? Isn't this the profound meaning that only saint-level martial arts can master? This is the mystery of the big sex, A secret that is not passed on to others. How did this kid know? Where did he learn it from? He was very shocked and could not believe his eyes. This martial art was extremely powerful, and in some big sects, only disciples with extremely high status were qualified to learn it. Even he did not have such a qualification, but this swindler did, which was unacceptable to him. He actually knows a saint-level martial art. No wonder we were no match for him. No wonder I felt that the opponent's fist technique was almost unstoppable. With just one punch, it actually broke through our power completely, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, it is extremely fierce and contains a terrifying penetrating power. Even with protective Qigong, we can't resist it. Yes, if it was in the real world, I'm afraid that we would be dead with one punch, and no one would be able to resurrect. Everyone's pupils shrank. Could it be that this swindler had a powerful background? Otherwise, how could he know a saint-level martial art? This was a mystery that could not be learned even with money. The eyes of many young masters also flickered, thinking about the identity of this swindler. Ding dong! Suddenly, the scarred man's communication device rang, and he received a message. He subconsciously opened it, and suddenly his expression became extremely strange. What's wrong? Someone immediately saw the change in the scarred man's expression and asked. That Wuwudi sent me a message. The scarred man looked confused, because he did not know how his communication number was leaked. It seemed that he did not have any contact with Wuwudi. In fact, this was because of Corinne's help. It was a high-level AI, and once it came into contact with the other party in the virtual world, it could obtain certain information on the other party. Things like communication numbers, which were not strictly confidential, were too easy to find out. What message did he send? Many people looked at the scarred man. Chapter 875. What? Hearing this, many young masters were dumbfounded. What did he mean? Since he couldn't beat them, he planned to go to the novice village and beat their sons? Did this kid know what he was saying? No matter how imaginative they were, they didn't expect this damned liar to do such a thing. Shameless liar. One of the young masters immediately cursed. Look at what this guy is saying. Since he can't deal with us, he's going to deal with those kids. Does he have any shame? Does he know what he's saying? He was furious. He had never seen such a person in his life. He made it sound so righteous and dignified, as if he was very reasonable, but if he thought about it carefully, he was simply bullying a child. It was one thing for a dignified adult to sever his own cultivation and enter the novice village to become a king, but he still had the cheek to say that he could dominate the novice village and be invincible. Did this kid have any shame? He was just invincible among a group of 5- or 6-year-old children. What was so great about that? He's indeed a liar. His skin is thicker than a chopping board. Bullshit Wuwudi. Did he make such a name for himself by beating up children? He's always bullying 3-year-olds. No wonder he's never lost. He even bullies children. There's nothing that bastard can't do. Although I'm a murderous tyrant, I can't stand it anymore. He's not human. He's a beast. A super beast. Compared to that bastard, we villains are as pure as angels. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Xia Ping's words had completely stunned them. They were speechless. Who would have thought that this kid was so outrageous and would do such a despicable thing? But they had to admit that this kid's threat was real. After all, the children of the big families were learning in this novice village. There was no way for them to go to other novice villages. This was an iron rule of the virtual system. Some people said that this was just the universe virtual network. If there was danger, wouldn't it be fine if they didn't go? The problem was, how could they not go? First of all, this martial arts space was created by countless sages. There were many fortuitous encounters left behind by the sages. Once they obtained it, they would reach the heavens in a single step. If a sage took a liking to him and became his disciple, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the universe. Even his family would benefit. When a man achieves the Tao, his fowls and dogs also ascend to heaven. Of course, these were all secondary. After all, not everyone was lucky enough to be chosen by a sage. Most people were interested in the internal time of the martial arts space. Compared to the outside world, the time in the martial Dao space was 10 times slower. If he studied in this martial arts space, he could increase the learning time by 10 times, which was a great benefit for children. He had more time to sharpen himself. But if he didn't enter the martial path space, he wouldn't have such an opportunity. For a long time, these aristocratic families were simply unable to cultivate truly outstanding descendants. It was unknown how many geniuses had been held back by this brat. This was a loss that they could not tolerate. You still want to threaten us? You must be dreaming. A young master from an aristocratic family roared, immediately replied to that brat. If he dares to touch a single hair of our family's descendants, I'll make him suffer the consequences. He fiercely threatened and ordered the knife-scarred man to reply to Xia Ping, telling this brat not to act rashly. The consequences of offending all the aristocratic families were not something he could imagine. The knife-scarred man nodded and immediately replied to the message, saying that they would never accept Xia Ping's threat. If he knew what was good for him, he would immediately return all the money he had cheated and apologize to all the aristocratic families. Otherwise, this matter would definitely not end. Soon, Xia Ping replied to the message with a simple word, scram. Seeing this reply, many of the aristocratic family's descendants flew into a rage. Too arrogant. Who does he think he is? He even told us to scram? He's fearless. This brat is simply fearless. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Capture him. Immediately capture this brat from the novice village and torture him ruthlessly. A group of people was furious and gnashed their teeth. As aristocratic families of various large planets, it was unknown how many people they controlled. Ordinary people would be respectful when they saw them, not daring to slight them in the slightest. However, this brat was extremely daring. He actually dared to shout at them to scram in front of their faces. This was a direct insult. Even Buddha would be somewhat angry when faced with this kind of thing. But this brat has even cheated money from children. If we still dare to act rashly, perhaps the children of our clans will really be bullied by this brat. Someone's expression was very ugly. The other party was a deranged bastard. There was nothing he couldn't do. He did not doubt the other party's determination to threaten their clans. If the other party really did such a thing, then the children of their clans would probably be greatly traumatized. Their martial arts foundation would be damaged, and this would ruin the hope of an era. They would never allow such a thing to happen. For the time being, we can't let the children of our clans log on to the virtual network. Let them stop for a period of time. We absolutely cannot accept this shameless brat's threat. That's right. If everyone does this, it will be disastrous in the future. Will everyone be able to threaten our clans like this? This source must be contained. Everyone clenched their fists. They absolutely would not accept this threat. However, someone shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The problem is, we can let the children of our clans not log on to the martial arts space for a while, but it's impossible for them to do so for a lifetime." He indicated that this was only a temporary solution and could not solve the problem fundamentally. This is not a big problem. We will continue to find some masters to enter the novice village and kill this brat. We will kill him every time we see him until he doesn't dare to show his face. That's right. Even if this brat has mastered the martial arts of the saint, it seems that he is only at the 4th level of the supreme power realm. Compared with those at the peak of the supreme power realm, there is still a considerable gap. Indeed, the reason why the Knife Scar brothers failed this time is that they underestimated the other party. He has just cut off his cultivation and is still injured. He rushed in a hurry. Isn't he just sending himself to his death? That's right. The next time he goes in, he won't have a good time. The other party is only one person. We have the advantage in numbers. What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, even if we rely on numbers, we can kill him. What's there to be afraid of? This liar probably doesn't know the horror of our aristocratic families. This time, we can let him see who he can offend and who he can't. Chapter 876. Soon, this news was passed back to the Yi family. When Yi Mengyao learned about it, she immediately became furious. This damn swindler is shameless. He even bullies a child. Is he still human? Yi Mengyao was so angry that her pretty face turned red. She couldn't imagine if her sister Yi Jiajia entered the virtual network and was caught by the hateful swindler and beaten up. She would probably be heartbroken. If it was just a beating, it wouldn't be a big deal. Usually, this little loli was always mischievous and wished for the world to be in chaos. If she was beaten, she could still be taught a lesson. What she was most afraid of was that this damn swindler was a super pervert. If he did such an indescribable thing to her sister, even if she killed the swindler a dozen times, it wouldn't be enough. She was really angry and immediately used some means to send an email to scold Xia Ping. Not long after, Xia Ping, who was in the virtual network, also received this news. Ding dong, Corinne's expression was strange. You received a message? As a AI, it was responsible for assisting Xia Ping in dealing with similar matters. Xia Ping didn't need to do it himself. In fact, since Xia Ping provoked the children of many aristocratic families, they were immediately angered to death. They crazily sent messages to harass and abuse Xia Ping. However, it intercepted all of them and treated them as garbage. Seeing this situation, it was completely speechless. Before, it had told this kid to be low-key and not cause trouble. This motherfucker just entered the virtual network and caused such a big trouble. Unexpectedly, he suddenly faced the children of many aristocratic families in the entire Lingyu nation. It could be imagined that if this guy really dared to appear on any prosperous planet in the Lingyu nation, he would be caught and beaten up. Its heart was cold, and its intestines were green with regret. If it knew that this kid could cause so much trouble, it wouldn't have found this bastard to be the descendant of the Stars sect even if it was beaten to death. It was clear that the Stars sect was not destroyed fast enough. Even the original Stars sect master was not as good at causing trouble as this guy. However, now that it had boarded this kid's pirate ship, it was hard to get off. Even if it wanted to get rid of him, it was too late. Corinne's face was sullen. As an AI that advocated low-key and hoped to be a coward, it expressed that it was under a lot of pressure. Seeing these messages, it felt frightened. It seemed that someone would come over to kill them through the network. What message? Did those idiots send us some threatening messages again? If that's the case, block it immediately and ignore it. Xia Ping waved his hand lazily. Corinne shook his head. It's not those people, but a woman and a voice. After saying that, he released the voice. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. He had no idea what this extraterrestrial woman was saying because she was speaking the universal language, which was completely different from the Yanhuang language. It was like a heavenly book. However, the only thing that could be confirmed was that this voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was as sweet as a lark's chirping. Even if it was angry, there was still a different kind of feeling to it. Translate it, Xia Ping ordered. Corinne indicated that the main meaning of this voice was to tell Xia Ping not to bully children, and to immediately hand over all the money he had swindled, and to consciously go to prison for a few years. Afterwards, he should turn over a new leaf, and not do this kind of illegal and criminal thing. If he didn't do as she said, she would expose Xia Ping on the internet and turn him into a rat that everyone wanted to kill. At least within the Lingyu nation's jurisdiction, there would be no place for him. Stupid woman. Xia Ping gave the extraterrestrial woman a simple and direct evaluation. She thought that with a few threatening words, he would obediently go to prison. She really thought too highly of him. It was simply wishful thinking. If threats were useful, then what was the point of having the police? He also replied with a message, the gist of which was that this kind of thing was a man's matter, and women shouldn't come and interrupt. As a woman, she should obediently stay at home and take care of the children. Don't come out all day to show your face, cause trouble and attract bees and butterflies. If there was really nothing to do, then learn embroidery, cooking, gardening, arranging flowers, and so on, and deal with some housework such as sweeping the floor. If she still felt bored, then invite a few of her close friends out to talk about some trivial family matters, gossip about all kinds of right and wrong, drink afternoon tea, and kill time. This was what women were suitable to do. If she continued to be so unruly and unreasonable, be careful that she wouldn't be able to get married in the future, and no one would marry her. Xia Ping said a lot, saying that he was doing it for the other party's good. He also taught the extraterrestrial woman what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues were, which was to follow her father when she was unmarried, follow her husband when she was married, and follow her son when her husband died. She also had to pay attention to her womanly virtues, a woman's words, a woman's appearance, and a woman's work. In this way, there was a high probability that she would become a good woman and not become an unruly shrew. After saying these words, Xia Ping immediately felt satisfied. He felt that he had finally saved a naked woman, as if he had done a great deed. There's nothing else, time to go offline. Xia Ping felt that there was no point in staying in the virtual network anymore. After all, he had stayed for 10 days and 10 nights, and he had also experienced the battle with the sage's shadow. He was very tired, and it was better to go offline and rest. With a whoosh, his figure disappeared from the virtual network. However, when these words were transmitted to Yi Mengyao, she exploded in anger on the spot. Like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, she immediately jumped up. Her pretty face was red with anger, and her head seemed to smell a little smoke. There was no need to mention how angry she was right now. She simply wanted to eat this beast Xia Ping alive. As the princess of the Yi family, she was a natural beauty, known as a goddess, and had amazing aptitude. She had the title of the next head of the Yi family, and this shameless liar actually dared to curse that she would not be able to get married. It was not that she was bragging, but the people who pursued her could surround a planet, and the entire star field was filled with her pursuers. If that was the case, then so be it. At most, the liar's eyesight was bad, and he might even be blind. What made her the most angry was this damned liar's manly personality. He actually thought that women should not come out to show their faces and attract bees and butterflies, and that they should stay at home and take care of their children. When they had nothing to do, they would go out for afternoon tea. This was discrimination, blatant discrimination. The feudal era had perished for who knew how many years, and men and women had long been equal. In such a prosperous era of martial arts, the strength of women would not be much weaker than that of men, and even female saints emerged one after another. But this shameless man actually had such dirty, and outdated thoughts. He was simply the dregs of the feudal era, the remnants of the fallen era. This shameless man was simply living in a dream. Sisters, I'll let you see what is called a top-quality man. Chapter 877. Yi Mengyao immediately posted Xia Ping's words in the chat group, and it immediately exploded with many of her best friends who were lurking and peeping. Oh my God, where did this man come from? He can even say such things. He said that women should stay at home and take care of their children. Women can do a lot of things. A woman was immediately angered to death. She especially disliked such remarks. The era of slavery has long since ended. This man is simply living in a dream. What 3 obediences and 4 virtues? How did this bastard think of it? Speak, who is this guy? He actually dared to offend Goddess Yi. He's too bold. A group of female friends chattered. They were all goddesses and fairies of the various sections. Because they were on good terms with each other, they became bosom friends. They would often chat in the chat room. But usually only 2 or 3 of them would talk. The rest were all lurking. But these words exploded many of the lurking girls. They were all filled with righteous indignation. This bastard is a native and a super liar. He doesn't even let children go. He's simply a universal scumbag. Yi Mengyao finally found an outlet to vent and immediately told him everything that Xia Ping had done, no matter how big or small. After listening to these words, many of the girls could be considered knowledgeable, but they were still shocked by these things. Beast, he actually destroyed his own cultivation and sneaked into the novice village to cheat children. He even did this kind of thing. This man's skin is thicker than the city wall. He even lied to children and said that he was a native. He's very pure and doesn't know how to lie. What kind of country bumpkin is there? Is there anyone more shameless than that guy in the world? As a fellow human, I despise the appearance of such scum. It's fine if he can't beat others, but he actually used children to threaten them. Does he even have any shame? As expected, he's invincible, a super weirdo in the universe. He dares to call himself Invincible Wu with his conduct? He's too arrogant. He's a villain who's intoxicated by success. Where is that man? I'll immediately gather 180 thugs. This time, if I don't beat him until he calls me mommy, I won't let him go. This is too infuriating. Capture him immediately and lock him up for a few hundred years. If we don't capture such a beast, will we still be safe when we travel the universe in the future? Many women were so angry that their teeth itched. Although they weren't the ones involved in this matter, they were still infuriated by this matter. They felt that the man was shameless. But that bastard knows that as soon as he shows his face, everyone will want to beat him up, so he purposely hides in Novice Village and doesn't come out. Relying on his little bit of strength in Novice Village, he proclaims himself king here. Now, no one can do anything to him. Yi Mengyao was very depressed. According to her true strength, she could beat up 10,000 of those scammers, but she couldn't enter the virtual network's Novice Village at all. Moreover, severing one's own cultivation was something that would greatly damage one's vitality for an expert of her realm. It could even damage one's martial arts foundation. Such a foolish thing could never be done. Therefore, she could only watch the swindler strut around. I'm fine. Invincible in the Novice Village? It's simply a dream. Sister Yi, don't worry. I don't have much here, but I have a lot of people. Many experts can temporarily seal their cultivation and sneak into the Novice Village. This kind of power is enough to beat that swindler. That's right. Once we catch that swindler, we must not let him get away with it. He has already deceived a child. If we don't punish him, is there still justice in this universe? Many of her girlfriends shouted. They patted their chests to show that they had many helpers around them. They could completely seal their cultivation to the supreme power peak realm. According to such strength and martial arts realm, even if they were in the Novice Village, they could only exert the strength of the supreme power 9th realm. However, beating up a cheeky swindler was just a piece of cake. Thank you, sisters. If this matter succeeds, teach that swindler a lesson for my sister. After it's done, I will definitely repay you. Yi Mengyao was very grateful. With the help of so many sisters, it was easy to deal with such a swindler. Just you wait, damn swindler. Don't show your face. Once you show your face, you'll be in trouble. Yi Mengyao clenched her fist and gritted her teeth, revealing a fierce look. At this time, Xia Ping had already logged out of the virtual universe network and was staying in the depths of the 88th ruin space. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He found that he had logged out of the virtual universe network. His soul returned to his body. Immediately, the large amount of martial arts experience he had gained in the virtual universe network surged out like a tidal wave. Countless pieces of martial arts essence merged into his body. It was as if they were about to become one. Xia Ping took a deep breath. He felt all the cells in his body tremble. Because of the martial arts experience and the stimulation of his soul, it immediately activated the majestic medicinal power hidden deep in his body. Rumble! Immediately, the medicinal power rushed into his Dantian's Qi. It instantly transformed into a large amount of earth energy. In just a few breaths, his entire Dantian's Qi was filled. Peng ping peng. With the rapid expansion of the earth energy, the acupoints in his body were broken one by one. A large amount of earth energy rushed into these newly opened acupoints. 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 12th acupoint. In just half an hour, he had actually raised his cultivation to the peak of the 4th level of the supreme power realm. If he broke through another acupoint, he would be able to advance to the 5th level of the supreme power realm. I still need a little more energy. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He immediately took out a large amount of spirit liquid from his space ring. These were all obtained from the Sky Demon battlefield. He usually couldn't use them all. Now they came in handy. Walala, a large amount of spirit liquid rushed in from the 108,000 pores on his body. This was like adding a new force. It was also like adding fuel to a flame, burning quickly. At this moment, every meridian was like a surging river. His body seemed to be producing intense vibrations, constantly tempering every bone in his body. It's time. Xia Ping clenched his fists. He felt that the earth energy in his body was extremely dense. He immediately operated the pure yang immortal art and rushed all the earth energy into the newly opened acupoints. Immediately, as if a door had been smashed, he entered a new world. The huge amount of earth energy that seemed to have no place to pour out was madly rushing into this newly opened acupoint. The fifth level of the Supreme Power Realm. Chapter 878. Clut, clut. Xia Ping stood up from the ground and moved casually. His muscles trembled and exploded, and there was a burst of explosive sounds in the air, showing his tyrannical power. What a strong power! He clenched his fists, and his eyes lit up. After reaching the fifth heaven of Supreme Power Realm, his pure yang immortal technique and star-attracting skill had been greatly improved. His body had been tempered and evolved further. Vaguely, every inch of his muscles seemed to have a trace of blue light, as if there were stars living in his body. From time to time, a ray of starlight fell from the sky, as if hundreds of millions of stars were attracted. This was a sign that the star-attracting skill had reached the small success realm. If it reached the great success realm, every breath would produce starlight all over the sky, which would be amazing. My mental strength has also increased. Xia Ping closed his eyes. He felt that his soul power had also improved to a certain extent. He had stayed in the virtual network for 10 days and 10 nights, and he had also fought with the Sage's Phantom. He had almost consumed most of his mental strength. It could be said that his soul power was very weak. However, after reaching the fifth heaven of Supreme Power Realm, the weakness in his body had been swept away. He was in high spirits and unprecedentedly full. Just by standing there, he felt as if he could control everything. Because his mental strength was too strong, he could even sense the specks of dust floating in the air. His control over every inch of strength in his body had reached a perfect realm. The gang qi in my body has also changed a little. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He found that after he comprehended the spiral power, the originally calm gang qi in his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, it was quietly flowing in his meridians and acupoints. At this moment, there were tiny vortexes, constantly rotating, pulling, and tearing, containing a terrible spiral power. Originally, he needed a certain degree of preparation to run the spiral power. He needed to accumulate strength. But now there was no need at all. The gang qi in his body had formed a vortex, as if it had become instinctive. A casual punch of his could produce extreme destructive power. In an instant, Xia Ping's body moved. His figure flickered, leaving a clear residual shadow in place. He punched the wall of the quiet room. Immediately, the terrifying spiral fist force immediately broke out. Like a drill, it rotated wildly and constantly destroyed. A slight spiral dent immediately appeared on the crystal wall. What? When Corinne saw this scene, his pupils contracted, seemingly not daring to believe his eyes. Because this wall was made of crystal, it was forged from universe crystals and was extremely hard. Ordinary people would not be able to leave a mark on it. But now, with just one punch, this guy had made a dent in the crystal wall. One could imagine how terrifying the destructive power of this punch was. It had completely surpassed that of a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm of the same level. Just the use of the spiral power alone had probably increased his destructive power by several times. The problem was, how could the spiral force be so easy to grasp? Even with the teacher's hands-on guidance, 99% of the students couldn't learn it or even understand it. However, this kid was able to instantly comprehend such a battle technique just by fighting with the sage's shadow. This kind of comprehension was simply terrifying. Corinne was once again shocked by Xia Ping's innate talent. He reckoned that it would be very difficult for him to see a genius in his entire life. His only shortcoming is that he likes to cause trouble and doesn't know what low-key is. Another day passed. Xia Ping peacefully cultivated in the quiet room, constantly honing his martial arts skills and consolidating his cultivation. Soon, he perfectly grasped the power of the promotion to the 5th level of the Supreme Power Realm. His every move exuded the aura of a grandmaster, and he already had a trace of the embryonic form of a king. Ooh! Xia Ping took a deep breath, excreted the turbid air in his body, and ended the day's cultivation. Didi, at this time, the system's voice came out. Congratulations to the host, you have begun to show your talents in the universe and have aroused the hatred of many strong people in the universe. This time, you have a total of 400 million hatred points. What? 400 million hatred points? Hearing this voice, Xia Ping was shocked. Although he knew that he had angered a lot of people this time, he did not expect to get so much hatred points. This was a huge gain. He touched his chin, his eyes flashing. Sure enough, offending aliens was a big gain. Those people were all powerful and numerous, and offending them would lead to more hatred points. However, he also had to be careful. After all, there were many strong people in the universe. If he offended them too much, he was afraid that he would not be able to move an inch and become a street rat that everyone shouted at. It seems that if I appear in the novice village again now, I am afraid that I will face more top strong people. Even if Xia Ping thought with his knees, he knew that if he entered the novice village again now, he would definitely face a large number of strong people ambushing him. At that time, these aliens would all cultivate to the peak of the Supreme Power Realm, and there would be a large number of them. If he went in stupidly, he would definitely be surrounded and beaten. That was because in the virtual network, one would not die, but one would inevitably have to suffer from the pain of being naughty. He would not do such a thing to seek abuse. I won't be able to enter the novice village in a short time. I will wait until I become stronger. Xia Ping clenched his fists. These people could only be arrogant now. When he was promoted to the 6th, 7th, or even the 8th level of the Supreme Power Realm, those aliens would still dare to be arrogant in front of him, and he would slap them to death. According to his current cultivation speed, he believed that it would not be too late for that day. As long as he endured for a while, those aliens would be dead. For now, he would let them be arrogant for a while. Thinking of this, Xia Ping suddenly thought of something and asked Corinne, "By the way, isn't the novice village only for children? Why can that group of adults also come in? Even if they cut off their cultivation, they can't just go in and out like this." He was very surprised that those aliens could enter and exit the novice village at will. There is nothing strange about it. Corinne explained, according to you Yanhuang people, the novice village is a kindergarten, which accepts many children as students, and only children can come to study. But it doesn't mean that adults can't enter. They can still come in and visit the exhibition. After all, it is impossible to let a group of children stay together. It will be lawless, and they still need some adult teachers to guide them. Chapter 879. So that was how it was. Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. It was likely that this group of people had come to the novice village as guests to visit the exhibition. It was likely that in order to use this identity to come, they had paid a considerable price. But that didn't matter. No matter how they came in, their strength would be suppressed in the novice village. Even a tiger had to lie down, and even a dragon had to coil up. There was no way to break the rules of the novice village. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Corinne opened his mouth and said, in the base of the ruins, there is actually a spaceship. It can sail in the universe, jump through space, go to one planet after another, and travel in the universe. But because of that battle, it's been damaged quite a bit and can't be activated for the time being. Universe ship? Xia Ping's eyes lit up when he heard this. How does this spaceship compare to the super warships of our cloud realm? You should know that super warships can also jump through space. Stupid! Corinne disdainfully looked at Xia Ping. Can space jump and space jump be the same? Your so-called super warships can jump through space, but they can only jump hundreds of thousands or millions of kilometers. But for real spaceships, the distance they jump is calculated in light years. This difference is like the difference between the stars in the sky and the soil on the ground. First is the spaceship engine. Be it efficiency or propulsion, they are fundamentally different. There are also all kinds of technologies. The difference is unimaginable. It looked at Xia Ping as if he was a country bumpkin. I see. Xia Ping was not discouraged. Instead, he asked excitedly, if that's the case, can you modify the spaceship? Corinne was very arrogant. As a high-level smart brain, moreover, I used to mix around with a sage. What benefits have I not seen? Transforming a spaceship is really a child's play. In my internal files, there are many super technologies, as well as various types of spaceships blueprints. As long as I have enough materials, engineering robots, and so on, even building a spaceship out of thin air is a very simple matter. It acted as if it was a master of science. But even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. In a place like the Sky Realm where even birds don't shit, it's impossible to find enough materials to repair the spaceship. Corinne felt very helpless. Why can't I find it? Actually, the technology of the humans in the Cloud Realm is pretty good as well. Xia Ping expressed his confusion. Stupid, Corinne disdainfully said. Can the materials of a spaceship be the same as the materials of an ordinary spaceship? You'll have to face more dangers in space, and they'll be more terrifying. For example, meteorite fragments that can crash over at any time, space storms that erupt from time to time, various terrifying magnetic fields, the supergravity of various stars, and so on. If there aren't any materials that can withstand such pressure, the entire spaceship will be crushed into pieces. The spaceship will be destroyed before we even get out. How can we talk about dominating the universe? Of course, if you become a sage, you'll be able to travel across the universe by yourself. You won't need a spaceship at all. But you don't have that level of cultivation, so you'd better just take the flying ship. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. What materials do you need? The materials needed to repair the spaceship are blazing fire copper, 9 layers stone, tie-by jinxing iron, softwater steel, fierce sun sand, and so on. Corinne reported a series of materials needed to repair the spaceship. In addition to these materials, we also need to purchase nanomachines and other engineering machinery. After all, there are many parts of the spacecraft that require these nanomachines to repair. It seems that the universe engine is also damaged, and some materials are needed to repair it. Adding up all these things, plus the cost of opening a wormhole, it's estimated that it'll cost at least $1 billion universe dollars. It said that it wanted to repair the spaceship, which was worth a lot. $1 billion universe dollars. Xia Ping was speechless. For a native living in the Sky Realm, wanting to earn $1 billion universe dollars was simply a fantasy story. It was simply impossible. Not to mention a native like him, even if it was a native living on a planet in the universe, such a number was unimaginable. It was money that could not be earned in a lifetime. It was estimated that even if it was a universe mercenary, who often risked his life and continued to complete missions, it was unknown how many years it would take to earn $1 billion universe dollars. Moreover, these missions were often death missions. Sometimes, before accumulating $1 billion universe dollars, one would directly die in the middle of a mission. This was a very normal thing. Of course, it was not impossible. If he could continue to find a few suckers to deceive, perhaps $1 billion universe dollars could be earned back very quickly. The problem was, where could he find such a place with so many stupid people? Xia Ping touched his chin, thinking about how to earn money. However, for a moment, he had a myriad of ideas and couldn't think of anything. After all, he was still very unfamiliar with the universe and didn't know what kind of place it was. Even if he wanted to find a way to earn money, it would be very difficult to find. Corinne coughed awkwardly. Of course, I'm not saying that you can earn $1 billion universe dollars right now. I'm just saying that this is a hope, a goal. If it really doesn't work, spending a few hundred years to slowly accumulate is also fine. Because once you advance to the divine power realm and open up the Purple Mansion, your lifespan will be greatly extended. Even living for more than 1,000 years is not a big problem. You have time to slowly carry out the primitive accumulation. He also knew that he was being a bit too forceful. If the Myriad Star Sect's sect master was still here, as a saint, obtaining $1 billion universe dollars was really too easy. As long as he opened his mouth, a group of people would eagerly come to give him money. However, it was different now. A phoenix in the water was inferior to a chicken. Moreover, Xia Ping was just a native who hadn't even reached the mortal realm. Wanting to earn 1 billion universe dollars was as difficult as ascending to heaven. A few hundred years? Hearing this, Xia Ping was speechless. For him, who had only lived for 10 or 20 years, 100 years was an unimaginable time scale. However, for an old monster like Corinne, let alone 100 years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years was just a snap of the fingers. The two of them were not on the same level in terms of vision. By the way, since you know so much science and technology, can you help me modify my spaceship and make it a bit more powerful and stronger in defense? Xia Ping's heart moved. He wanted to ask Corinne for help. If his moon god could become more powerful, he wouldn't need to be afraid of those kings, and his strength would greatly increase. Change it to the spaceship? Of course, this is not a problem, but where is your spaceship? Corinne indicated that this was just a trivial matter. Modifying this kind of native spaceship was simply child's play for a master like him. It's here. Xia Ping grabbed with his big hand and immediately took out the spaceship from his space ring and placed it in this room. Chapter 880. What? Seeing Xia Ping suddenly take out a spaceship out of thin air and place it in the quiet room, Corinne's eyes almost popped out as he stared dumbfoundedly at Xia Ping. What's wrong? Xia Ping blinked his eyes and looked at Corinne with a strange expression. How come you have a space treasure? Corinne asked in shock. Xia Ping casually said, I picked it up. It was impossible for him to speak about the super hatred system. This was his biggest secret. Even if he died, he would not speak about it, and there was no need to speak about it. Picked it up? Corinne was speechless. He could casually pick up such a space magic tool. This aboriginal was really lucky. He had never seen such a lucky human in the world. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xia Ping asked curiously. Corinne looked at Xia Ping with a strange expression and said, Problem? This is a big problem. If you go to the universe, you must not take out a space magic tool. Even in the universe, this is considered a precious treasure. If you want to refine a space magic tool, you must find a space crystal in a secret place in the universe, and then use a special technique to successfully refine it. It is priceless. If some experts in the universe see that you have such a secret treasure on you, they will definitely kill you and rob you. It can be said that in the boundless universe, everywhere is full of killing and chaos. There is no order, just like a primitive society. Even if you are killed, no law can punish you. Xia Ping also understood. After all, the universe was too big, vast, and boundless. If he committed any crime, he could directly drive the spaceship to some remote planet to hide, so who could find his whereabouts? Therefore, many aliens did things without any scruples. There were interstellar pirates and robbers everywhere, and it was very chaotic. If I sell this space ring, wouldn't I be able to earn 1 billion universe dollars in an instant? Xia Ping's heart moved and he suddenly thought of this matter. Stupid. Corinne disdainfully said, What is 1 billion universe dollars? You can't even buy it with 10 billion. A space magic tool like this, even if you have money, you can't buy it. It can't be measured with universe dollars. But once you sell it, it will be very difficult for you to find such a space magic tool in the future. It didn't agree with Xia Ping selling this spatial magic treasure. It felt that this was too stupid, a bright pearl covered in dust. Forget it. It's not a good idea to sell it. Besides, this spatial treasure can store living things. It's infinitely beneficial. Xia Ping nodded. This spatial magic tool can also hold living things? Corinne was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Xia Ping blinked his eyes. That's right. Can't spatial magic treasures contain living things? When Corinne saw Xia Ping's pure eyes, he didn't know how to answer. In the universe, spatial magic tools that could store things were regarded as precious treasures. The value of a spatial magic treasure that could store living things rose by several levels. After all, there were many dangerous mystic realms in the universe. If they used this spatial treasure that could store living creatures, wouldn't they be able to explore these places without any risk and obtain great rewards? Even though Corinne was born in the Myriad Stars sect and was once a sage's brain, he had not seen this kind of spatial magic weapon many times. Its value was unimaginably high. It was speechless. This guy hadn't even left the universe yet, but his net worth was already so high. Once he sold this spatial ring, he would definitely become a tycoon in the universe. He wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money to spend. Forget it. Corinne didn't know how to explain Xia Ping's matter. He cautiously said, "In short, this spatial ring is very precious. Later, don't easily show it to others. Completely hide it and keep a low profile. Of course, after you become a sage, no one will dare to touch you if you casually take it out. A giant holding a big stick is a deterrent. A dwarf holding a big stick will only be ridiculed and despised by others. This is the so-called an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth." Xia Ping nodded, indicating that he understood. Corinne looked at the spaceship and waved his hand. Immediately, a blue light appeared in the sky above the entire quiet room, constantly scanning the spaceship. It seemed to be examining the data of this spaceship. In just 3 minutes, the examination was completed. Well, for the Aborigines, it's a pretty good spaceship. It belongs to the primary spaceship. It can barely jump to the nearby planets, but it can't carry out long-distance navigation. Corinne nodded, revealing the appearance of a mechanical master, but there are still many unreasonable designs. They are too immature, causing a lot of waste as well as useless efficiency. If you leave it to me and I have enough materials, within 3 months, I can upgrade this spaceship to a new level. It can barely be regarded as upgrading it to the limit. Xia Ping asked excitedly, "How much can it be upgraded?" The regular flight speed can be increased to 50 times the speed of sound. Corinne's eyes revealed a blue light and rows of data continuously flashed in the depths of his pupils. The efficiency of the spaceship's engine will also be greatly improved. It can jump tens of millions of kilometers in one go, and the energy consumption will also be reduced. At the same time, the spaceship's defense system will also be improved by 10 times, and the attack system will also be greatly optimized. If the performance of this laser cannon is improved, even a fulfillment realm cultivator can be killed with one shot if the other party is not paying attention and die without an intact corpse. He was expressionless as he analyzed the spaceship's various data. "Can't you kill a divine power realm cultivator?" Xia Ping was a little regretful. If he could kill an invincible king, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways? "Do you think that divine power realm cultivators are cabbages?" They are cultivators who have condensed martial arts divine power. Once they operate their martial arts divine power, ordinary laser cannons can't kill them. Corinne was speechless. Even at this level, their perception of danger is extremely sharp. If there is any movement, they can instantly avoid the laser cannon attack and can foresee it in advance. If you want to deal with a powerhouse of this level, you will probably need a more powerful weapon, but at present, it seems that you can't find such weapon manufacturing materials on this aboriginal planet for the time being. Xia Ping nodded, expressing his understanding. Although there is no way to deal with a divine power realm cultivator, to be able to upgrade the spaceship to this level, even if you encounter an invincible king, you can still escape. By the way, this is the list of materials to modify the spaceship. If you can find them, you can do it. If you can't find them, then there is no way. Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Corinne lightly tapped, and a series of lists immediately popped up in the air. Xia Ping took a closer look, and his face darkened because the materials on the list were too many, and each of them was very precious. Adding them up, they were worth more than 7 trillion federal coins. However, in order to improve the spaceship's power, he could only bite the bullet and agree. "It seems that I have to make more money in the future, or else it won't be enough to spend." Chapter 881. At this moment, in the depths of the 88th Ruins base, many staff members were chatting. Strange, a week has passed. Almost all the challengers should have come out by now. Yes, according to past experience, no matter how long it takes, a week is more than enough. Those who don't die will basically come out, and those who don't come out are basically dead. What a cruel ruin. You should know that those are gurus, the elites of mankind. If they didn't court death, they could live a carefree life. Why would they come here to seek death? What warriors who have reached that level pursue is no longer something we can imagine. After experiencing the breadth and profoundness of martial arts, they can no longer stop their desire to pursue the highest realm of martial arts. Indeed, even if they die, they will just die while pursuing the path. It's not a big deal. Martyrs, these are all human martyrs, worthy of respect. Many staff members sighed with emotion. This was also one of the few times they could chat. After all, in this ruins base, there was no one around, and there was nothing to do except carry out research tasks. If they could not even chat, they would probably die of boredom. Ding dong! At this moment, the gate in the depths of the ruins suddenly rang, making a clicking sound. This was a sign that the gate was about to open. Push, push, push. The researchers present immediately looked over. None of them had activated the gate of the ruins, but now it had automatically opened, which meant that someone had completed the trial and walked out of the ruins. He's out. Finally, someone has walked out of the trial. Haha, it seems that there is a guru who passed the trial of the ruins and came back alive. Let's see who it is. Maybe he will be the future king. Many researchers could not help but stand up and look at the gate of the ruins, wanting to know which guru had passed the trial so quickly and walked out. The gate of the ruins opened completely, revealing a deep passage. Then a figure walked out of it. With a beep, a flash immediately appeared in the monitoring room. After scanning the voice, an electronically synthesized voice sounded, "Welcome back, Guru Xia Ping." No way, it's actually Xia Ping? Is it Xia Ping, who was promoted to the 4th stage of the Supreme Power Realm at the age of 19 and the champion of this year's Genius Battle? He's really amazing. I didn't expect that the first person to pass the trial would be him. A young genius. He will definitely become a king in the future. The group of researchers discussed excitedly as they stared at Xia Ping, who came out from inside. They knew how difficult this relic trial was. Ordinary gurus would die if they went in. Grandmasters who could pass the trial already had a 50 to 60% chance of advancing to the king realm in the future. Mr. Xia. At this time, a researcher immediately went up and asked impatiently, "May I ask if you have obtained any treasures after passing the trial of the relic?" They all knew that once they passed the relic's trial, they would be rewarded with all kinds of treasures. Some of them were machines that surpassed the technology of this era. Some were precious pills. Some were powerful treasured weapons and so on. It could be said that the treasures that appeared in the ancient remnant were definitely the best. Every treasure that appeared in the ancient remnant was enough to drive countless researchers crazy, hoping to get their hands on it to study it. Indeed, I obtained a treasure, the Universal Protective Suit. Xia Ping held a piece of clothing in his hand. This was one of the rewards, the Universal Protective Suit. He also knew that if he passed the trial but did not obtain any treasures, it would be extremely conspicuous, so he did not put the Universal Defense Suit in his spatial ring. Instead, he chose to bring it back with his bare hands. Universal Defense Suit? Oh my god, this is one of the highest rewards in the relic base. I have seen similar clothes before. It was worn by a king. It is said that if you wear this suit, you can soar in the universe and even automatically absorb the energy of the outside world to create oxygen. The technology on this suit is more than 1,000 years ahead of our current Yanhuang planet. I can't even understand it. Surviving in the universe is just one of the characteristics of this suit. The most important thing is its defensive ability. It is said that after a grandmaster wears it, even an ordinary king would find it difficult to kill him. Even a laser gun cannot penetrate the defense of this universal defense suit. Its defensive power is extremely strong. No way. If you get this suit, won't you be invincible? Invincibility is not necessarily the case, but it can indeed greatly increase your survivability. No amount of money can buy it in the outside world. Many researchers were talking excitedly. It was also the first time they had seen such a real object. Their eyes were shining, and they simply wanted to grab this suit immediately and study it. However, this was the reward that Xia Ping got. Without his consent, they could only look at it enviously. What about the others? Ignoring the fanaticism of the researchers around him, Xia Ping calmly asked, "Mr. Xia, you are the first to come out. The others haven't come out yet?" A researcher replied, "But according to the time, they will come out soon. As long as they are still alive." He added a sentence after that. Xia Ping also knew that this relic base was a trial space prepared by Corinne to select the disciples of the Myriad Star sect. In fact, the degree of danger of such a trial was reduced a lot. But even if it was reduced, there would still be many challengers who would die in the trial. This was also something that couldn't be helped. If you want to get something, you have to pay a high price. If you perform well in the trial and get favored by Corinne, it would be like ascending to the sky in a single bound, flying up the branches and transforming into a phoenix. No fortuitous encounter could compare to this. If many humans in the universe knew about this, even if they knew that their lives were in danger, countless humans would fly over. After all, this was the inheritance of a sage. Who wouldn't covet it? "Mr. Xia, I don't know if you need a lounge to rest?" A female researcher stepped forward and asked. Xia Ping waved his hand. "Forget it. I still have things to do. I will return to the giant island first." Not waiting for the others to come out? Many people were dumbfounded. "I'm not waiting." Xia Ping was too lazy to care about the others. Even if he passed the trial, he would only have the qualifications to advance to the Purple Mansion realm. In the universe, he would only be low-level cannon fodder. After knowing these things, his vision had become extremely high. A trifling monarch couldn't restrain him anymore. His goal was even higher, and that was to become a sage. This was a powerhouse that stood at the peak of the universe. 1 hour later, Xia Ping boarded the moon god ship and jumped through space, directly returning to the giant island. Chapter 882. What? Seeing this news, Xia Ping was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a beast tide as soon as he returned. One had to know that he had only seen the term beast tide in textbooks. Ever since humans obtained the relic's technology, martial arts experts emerged one after another. Beast tides became history. Basically, any slightly stronger monsters were either driven into the wilderness or killed. Beast tides that could threaten humans basically didn't exist anymore. But now, the giant island, an important human city, actually encountered a beast tide that was hard to come by in a decade. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be once the monster tide erupted. The monsters that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down. It was unknown whether the giant island's defense system could withstand it or not. If the defense system collapsed, there would only be one outcome for ordinary humans: death. "Go there immediately." Xia Ping clenched his fists. If the skin was gone, how could the hair attach itself to it? If the human city was destroyed and all humans were killed, there was no meaning for him to survive alone. Moreover, it was just a beast tide. Humans had encountered it countless times before. The worst time was when they were completely wiped out. But now, they still survived and became even stronger. Thinking of this, he immediately moved and headed for the headquarters of the giant company. This news instantly spread throughout the giant city and was known by countless ordinary humans. It can't be. A beast tide actually broke out? Are those sea monsters crazy? Why are they attacking us? Don't they know how strong the defense of the giant island is? Some people were very shocked. They didn't expect that the sea monsters would actually dare to mobilize a beast tide and attack the giant island. In fact, when the giant island was just built, it had encountered several beast tides. But after they were beaten back a few times, they suffered great losses and didn't dare to come again. Up until now, it had been peaceful for many years. Who would have thought that at this time, the sea monsters would still dare to mobilize a beast tide and attempt to break through the giant island? How can this be? I'm so unlucky. I originally wanted to travel to the giant island, but I encountered such a thing. Once the giant island is broken through, we're dead. There's seawater all around us. How can we escape? It's impossible to escape. If we can't block it, we'll die. There's no other choice. Don't worry. This is an important place of the giant company. The defense system is extremely strong, and there are many troops stationed here. Those sea monsters can't break through. That's right. There are human kings and many grandmasters here. A mere beast tide is nothing. It's up to them. Countless ordinary humans were deeply worried because this was closely related to their lives. Once the giant island was breached, they would definitely become food for those sea monsters. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. He was surrounded by the boundless ocean. This was an isolated island. If he escaped, he would die. He could only fight the sea demons to the death. At this moment, in the headquarters of the giant company, tens of human kings appeared in the meeting room. Their expressions were extremely solemn as they stared at the large screen before them. There were many scenes on it. These images were all secretly recorded by intelligent drones flying thousands of meters in the sky. They could monitor the situation on the front line and predict the enemy from thousands of miles away. Several hundred kilometers away from the giant island, densely packed sea monsters appeared in the sea. There were prawns, fish, crabs, and so on. Every sea demon was extremely ferocious, revealing teeth that looked like saw teeth that could easily bite through steel. Even their bodies were covered in thick gray armor that ordinary firearms could not penetrate. What was even more terrifying was that there were simply too many of these sea demons. There was no way to calculate how many of them had appeared in this place. The entire sea region was pitch black, like a huge black cloud that covered the sky and the sun. It was impossible to imagine what kind of terrifying disaster these sea monsters would cause when they came to the giant island. At this moment, the screen flashed and a large amount of snowflakes appeared. There seemed to be a special wave being transmitted over. Instantly, an incomparably huge shark appeared in front of the human kings. This was the famous shark demon king of the sea region. And behind the shark demon king, there seemed to be 3 other demon kings. They were the crab demon king, prawn demon king, and sea snake king. They were all famous sea demon kings. They ruled over an entire race and had billions of subordinates. These demon kings used communication tools to directly contact the human kings. Humans. The shark demon king looked down at the human kings. This is the shark demon king's, ultimatum. Do you want war or peace? Do you want to struggle at death's door? Choose for yourself. His gaze contained ferocity, cruelty, and tyranny. He did not place any humans in his eyes. There's no need to choose. King Zhao Zhong sneered and said, "We will never agree to your conditions. Once we agree, we will become traitors. Do you think you can force our giant island to submit with just this army of sea demons? Dream on." He flatly refused. "Humans, you are going too far. I only want you to hand over the culprit who killed the shark demon grandmaster, Xia Ping, and tear him to pieces. This is just a small matter. How dare you not agree?" The shark demon monarch flew into a rage. "Now, you have seen the consequences of infuriating me." Chapter 883. I don't care if he's an ordinary human or not. This king only knows one thing. He killed our shark demon race's grandmaster, causing our race to suffer heavy losses. This is the murderer. The shark demon king was filled with killing intent. No one can avoid paying the price for killing a member of our shark demon race. Any human must die. This is an affront to the dignity of a king. If you want to protect him, be prepared to perish together. He roared, not concealing his killing intent at all. He wanted to fight to the death with the humans. Perish together? You think too highly of your own abilities. In the future, you want to destroy my giant island with just a few armies of sea monsters? You're overestimating yourself. King Zhao Zhong sneered again and again. Moreover, Xia Ping isn't the murderer. The real murderer is that group of myriad Monster Mountain's monster kings. They were the ones who killed your shark monster clan's grandmaster. If you want revenge, why don't you go look for Myriad Monster Mountain? Could it be that you're afraid of the Myriad Demon Mountain because you bully the weak? He pushed the blame onto the Myriad Demon Mountain while mocking them. Shut up. The Shark Demon King shouted angrily. If this king says he's the murderer, then he's the murderer. It's not up to you to argue. If you continue to protect him today, the humans of the giant island will be buried with him. Do as you see fit. He issued an ultimatum. He was very rude and unreasonable, not listening to Zhao Zhong at all. If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Zhong laughed coldly. Their giant island wasn't made of mud. 1,000 years had passed since the Great Calamity era. This was an extremely long time. They had experienced the despair of having their home destroyed and their country destroyed. They had experienced the feeling of trembling under the hands of tyrannical monsters. They had also experienced the darkness of time. What hadn't they seen before? They had experienced the most painful, despairing, and dark things. Did they think that a mere threat of a beast tide attacking a city could force them to lower their heads and become slaves? What a joke! This was no longer the era where humans bowed to demonic beasts. These sea monsters were used to being arrogant in the boundless sea. They had dominated the boundless sea for who knew how many years, thinking that they were number one and invincible. They could massacre a city and destroy a country if they wanted to. To think that he wanted to force the humans to lower their heads and hand over a human genius. Who did he think he was? Many human monarchs sneered and looked disdainfully at the Shark Demon Monarch. Moreover, Xia Ping had the qualifications for them to protect him with all their strength. This was an unrivaled king-level seedling, and his future was boundless. Once he advanced into the unrivaled king tier, or even a higher tier, what would these trifling sea demon kings amount to? In the future, they would just be ants, and he could kill them with a wave of his hand. Fine, since you all want to die, then this king will fulfill your wish. Immediately send out troops to attack the city, trample over Giant Island, and exterminate all humans and beasts. The Shark Demon King flew into a rage. He didn't expect these human kings to be so arrogant. They didn't even put him in their eyes. Since that was the case, he would use blood to teach these human kings what the wrath of a monster king was. No one would know how powerful the Shark Demon Monarch was if he did not kill until heads rolled on the ground, emptying Giant Island. With a snap, the video call was immediately cut off. The Shark Demon Monarch and the other demon monarchs' virtual projections vanished in front of the many human monarchs. Activate the first-level state of war. Conscript the entire population. Mobilize the grandmasters and the army. Defend with all your might. King Zhao Zhong gave the order. He didn't say any encouraging words. All he said was a cold and emotionless order. It was as if he had become a killing machine. Yes, many human monarchs didn't have any doubts. Some of them were hundreds of years old, and some were over 1,000 years old. They had experienced countless demonic beast attacks, and they had experienced many wars between humans and demonic beasts. They were already used to it. They didn't need to do anything to them. They could mobilize the army themselves to contend against the sea demon monarchs. Immediately, the war machine of the entire giant island was activated. At this moment, in a dazzling palace at the bottom of the sea, the Shark Demon Monarch, the Crab Demon Monarch, the Prawn Demon Monarch, and the Sea Snake Monarch were gathered together. Bang! The Shark Demon Monarch grabbed the golden eagle white jade cup on the table and ruthlessly smashed it into pieces. He cursed, "Damn humans. They are too arrogant. They actually dare to reject this king's request. They don't know how to appreciate favors. They are courting death. They are courting death." He was infuriated. He originally thought that with his army, he could use his name as the Shark Demon Monarch to intimidate the humans. He thought that the humans would obediently hand over the culprit, Xia Ping, and subdue them without a fight. He didn't expect that not only would his request not be taken seriously by the human monarchs, but it would also be ridiculed. He was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "Shark Demon Monarch, please calm down. The humans have been growing stronger recently, and their arrogance has started to grow. Naturally, they don't care about you, Shark Demon Monarch. Now is a good opportunity to tell the humans who the King of the Sea is, and who the real decision maker is. After experiencing this battle, I reckon they will truly understand how terrifying the title of King of the Sea is. A voice suddenly sounded from the side. It wasn't the shark demon monarch, the crab demon monarch, the prawn demon monarch, or one of the sea snake monarchs. Other than them, there was another demon monarch. He was the shadow demon monarch from the myriad demon mountain. Shadow demon monarch. The shark demon monarch stared at him. Your myriad demon mountain wants to use me as a tool. I know that. However, don't you dare fool me. Otherwise, I will definitely make your myriad demon mountain pay a heavy price. Shark demon monarch, no matter how unpleasant your words are, we demon monarchs have come to a consensus to deal with the humans and curb their growth. The shadow demon monarch smiled faintly. If the humans continue to grow like this, and another invincible monarch appears, won't the entire cloud realm have to listen to the humans in the future? Will there still be space for us demon monarchs to survive in the future? The humans are the enemies of many demon monarchs in the cloud realm. This shouldn't be discussed. He pointed out that the real enemy now was the humans and not the myriad demon mountain. The shark demon monarch sneered. Easy for you to say. The humans are powerful now, and they have many monarchs. This battle won't be that simple. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He naturally knew how great the battle potential of the humans was. Don't worry, Shark Demon Monarch. Once the battle starts, my myriad demon mountain will naturally send demon monarchs to restrain those human monarchs, the Shadow Demon Monarch said. When the time comes, the human monarchs will be restrained and won't be able to make a move. With the Shark Demon Monarch's elite subordinates, wouldn't it be easy to deal with those human grandmasters? The Shark Demon Monarch and the other demon monarchs nodded. As long as they could fight to a draw with the human monarchs, with their large number of elite subordinates, it would be easy to flatten the giant island. Chapter 884. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, tens of thousands of grandmasters had gathered in a plaza at the headquarters of the giant company. Not only were there grandmasters from the giant company, but there were also many grandmasters from other forces. All the grandmasters living on the giant island, regardless of what they were doing, had all rushed over. Xia Ping was the same. He had arrived at the huge plaza. At this time, the entire plaza was filled with people. Brother Li, I didn't expect you to come as well. Brother Huang, it's the responsibility of a grandmaster to kill the demon beasts. How can I not come? During times of war, disobeying orders from the army is a serious crime. I had to come. Of course, even if there were no such laws, I would still come. After all, my family is on the giant island. I can't back down. Those demon beasts must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. They actually dared to invade our human city. They are courting death. Kill as many as you come. Leave none alive. Many grandmasters were filled with killing intent. None of them were afraid. On the high platform, many military officers appeared. The commander of the giant island's army, Li Yuantian, stood up and went straight to the point. Thank you, grandmasters, for coming. I won't say much. Right now, the sea demon army is filled with killing intent. Countless monsters are attacking us. We are in danger. We will live and die with the giant island. As long as the island lives, we live. If the island is destroyed, we die. Your mission is very simple. That is to kill the Grandmaster level sea demons and clear the obstacles for our human army. Don't worry about the small monsters. Just leave them to our troops. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He knew that this was the role of a Grandmaster. Although humans had many high-tech weapons such as laser cannons, laser guns, and all kinds of battleships, it was too difficult for ordinary weapons to deal with a Grandmaster. Once a Grandmaster circulated the earth energy in their body and formed an energy shield, they would be unscathed even if a missile hit them. Laser cannons and other high-tech weapons were more destructive than missiles. However, Grandmaster-level demons had terrifying reactions. They could instantly escape the lock of the laser cannons. After all, no matter how powerful the laser cannons were, they still needed people to lock onto them and control them. This would cause the Grandmaster to pause for a moment and dodge in advance. Therefore, in order to kill a Grandmaster-level monster, only a Grandmaster-level human being would be the most efficient way. Alright, I won't waste any more time. Masters, please board the battleship. We're leaving immediately. Commander Li Yuantian acted swiftly and decisively, immediately issuing orders for the masters to gather. Therefore, the Grandmasters in the square were divided into dozens of teams and boarded different warships. Xia Ping boarded Warship 18 and waited for the next order. The warship rose into the sky and immediately flew away from the giant island. At this moment, the giant island's combat system was activated. The entire island was enveloped by a transparent barrier of light. Although this energy barrier looked very thin, it was actually very powerful. However, even a demon king would find it very difficult to break through this light barrier. Without expending a great deal of effort, there was no way to do so. Even if the demon army attacked, it would take a long time to destroy it. Battleships also appeared in the sky. Tens of thousands of battleships moved out at the same time, covering the sky and covering the sun. The war machines operated crazily. Battleships and aircraft carriers also appeared on the surface of the sea. They were in charge of cleaning up the monsters on the surface of the sea. At this moment, the monsters that were originally hundreds of kilometers away quickly arrived within 2 to 3 kilometers of the giant island. They were like locusts, frantically pouncing over. There are too many of these sea monsters. Countless Grandmasters saw the scene on the surface of the sea from the battleships in the sky. All of them took a deep breath, their hearts rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This was because, within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, there were densely packed sea monsters. Moreover, there were many types of sea monsters. There were many that even the experts couldn't identify. However, the most terrifying sea monster was the man-eating shark. They bared their sharp and ferocious fangs and were indestructible. Even reinforced concrete was like chocolate to them. With a gentle bite, it would be bitten into scrap metal. In the past, when humans sailed on the sea, they were most afraid of encountering man-eating sharks. They would often form groups and attack from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, they would rush out and penetrate the bottom of the human ships, creating a huge hole. Seawater would pour into the ships, causing the human ships to sink. Kill. The commander of the army, Li Yuantian, gave the order with a murderous look. Regardless of whether it was the battleships flying in the sky or the battleships on the sea, all of them operated the laser cannons on the ships at the same time and bombarded the sea monsters. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the entire sea was covered with a deadly laser net. No sea monster could withstand it. In an instant, tens of thousands of man-eating sharks were torn apart. Their entire bodies exploded, drenched in blood. Then they covered the sea. In the face of such a divine weapon of war, the man-eating sharks that were charging forward were simply targets. Again! Li Yuantian shouted angrily. He wanted to shoot a few more times in a row and exterminate all these sea monsters. Rumble! However, at this moment, terrifying sea monsters instantly appeared from the depths of the sea. Some of them were pitch-black shark demons that seemed to have grown a purple horn on their heads. Their bodies were huge, with a length of more than 100 meters. They were practically equivalent to a spaceship and emitted an extremely strong pressure. They rushed out of the sea in a ferocious and cruel manner. In an instant, they pounced on a battleship on the sea, opened their ferocious fangs, and with a bang, the battleship was instantly bitten into two. The humans on the battleship immediately died tragically. All of them became food in the shark's stomach and were bitten into a ball of meat paste. At the same time, dozens of laser cannons bombarded its body. However, they were all blocked by the condensed black gang-chi layer on its body. It only let out a muffled groan and was blasted hundreds of meters away. In the end, it left unscathed. There was a red crab demon that was more than 10 meters tall and emitted a faint red glow. Its speed exceeded several times the speed of sound, and it drew a shocking huge wave on the sea. Even the laser system could not capture such a speed. By the time this scorpion demon was seen, it had already reached the vicinity of a battleship. With a bang, it opened its huge pincers and gently slashed in midair. Immediately, a solid Gingjin Chi was formed. With a crash, the battleship was cut into more than a dozen pieces. It was as easy as cutting tofu. There was even a sea snake with a body of 200 to 300 meters. It was extremely terrifying. With a swipe of its huge tail, it rolled up a monstrous wave that was dozens of meters high and slammed toward the ships. This was simply like a giant slapping a toy, producing a terrifying force of thousands of tons. Bang, bang, bang. In a breath's time, 2 or 3 battleships were immediately slapped into a pile of scrap iron, and a large number of human soldiers died tragically. Chapter 885. Damn it, a master-level sea monster has appeared. How can a master-level monster appear so quickly? Normally, shouldn't they send some cannon fodder to deplete the energy of our warships? Why are they so impatient? It's probably the Shark Demon King's order to destroy our giant island as soon as possible. Hence, they don't have time to probe us. They've sent their elite warships to suppress us directly. Damn it, immediately send out the master level to destroy this group of sea monsters. We can't let them continue to act so recklessly. Many of the higher-ups of the human army gritted their teeth. They had been careless and didn't expect these master-level monsters to appear so quickly. With a single attack, they had lost more than 10 warships. It was a heavy loss. It had to be said that these master-level monsters were too terrifying. Be it in terms of physical fitness, strength, speed, or physical defense, they were much stronger than humans. They were blessed by the heavens. Disregarding everything else, just their bodies alone were enough to make countless ordinary humans despair. Their bodies were impenetrable no matter what kind of weapon was used. If such a monster appeared in ancient times, it would be a natural disaster. No matter how many human lives were sacrificed, it would be difficult to kill such a sea monster. Fortunately, humans now had master-level monsters who could fight against such a level of monster. All master-level monsters, attack now. Kill all these sea monsters. Don't leave a single one alive. Commander Li Yuantian's order was passed to every master-level monster. His tone was very solemn. The doors of the warships opened, and many master-level monsters jumped down from the warships. Like cannonballs, they rushed to the surface of the sea. To master-level monsters, the so-called seawater was no obstacle at all. They covered their feet with earth energy and stepped on the seawater as if it was flat ground. Human master-level monsters? Ha, foolish humans. They actually sent these precious combat power here to die. Let's fulfill their wish. Once we destroy these human master-level monsters, the humans on this island will be fish on the chopping board. They will be at our mercy. Hee hee, I haven't tasted human master-level monsters in a long time. It's a supreme delicacy. As long as I devour the bodies of a few human master-level monsters, I will definitely evolve greatly. Even if I become a demon king, there's still a chance of death. These human master-level monsters must die. Go! Kill these stupid humans. Many master-level sea demons also noticed the human masters falling from the sky. Their eyes shone with a cruel light as they pounced on the group of human masters. At this moment, Xia Ping was wearing the universe defense suit and descended from the sky, landing in the middle of the battlefield. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of a Grandmaster monster, who immediately shouted, "Isn't this kid Xia Ping a human? The human that the king specifically said to kill, he actually appeared?" These words attracted the attention of many Grandmaster monsters. All of them knew that the main culprit behind the rage of so many demon kings and their desire to destroy the giant island was this human, Xia Ping. It was because of this human that the killing intent of so many demon kings was aroused, and they wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. It really is the human Xia Ping. I have seen his image before. I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. It was this brat who killed many of our sea demon grandmasters on the Myriad Treasures Island. His crime is punishable by death. The king has already said that whoever can kill the human Xia Ping will be heavily rewarded. Let's go together and kill this human Xia Ping. This is a huge treasure. As for the other grandmasters, don't bother with them. Instantly, countless grandmaster-level monsters became excited. They were like sharks that had come into contact with fresh blood. One by one, they pounced on Xia Ping in a frenzy. They were fierce and cruel, forming groups. It can't be. Grandmaster Xia Ping also appeared here. Isn't that the champion of the genius competition, the peerless demon that appears once in 100 years? Absolutely not. We can't let these grandmaster monsters have their way. Otherwise, our human race will lose a great general. Damn those grandmaster monsters. They actually want to kill the geniuses of our human race. How can I let these beasts succeed? Go over immediately and cover Xia Ping. On the battlefield, many human grandmasters also noticed the situation, and they all moved closer to Xia Ping. In an instant, with Xia Ping as the center, a huge battle circle was formed. It could be said that he was the center of the battlefield. Huh! Xia Ping was speechless. He didn't expect that he had become a superstar. As soon as he appeared, countless Grandmaster Sea monsters came to kill him. It was as if they didn't care about their lives. Even if they didn't care about the situation of the battle, they still wanted to kill him. Originally, he just wanted to kill the Grandmaster monsters in peace and gain merit. He didn't expect that his wish would not come true. What's going on? Why is Xia Ping in this place? Didn't they say that he was still training in the number 88 ruins? Why is he out so soon? The commander of the army, Li Yuantian, was suddenly anxious. He didn't expect that Xia Ping, a key figure in this war, would appear in the center of the extremely dangerous war and cause a huge commotion. If Xia Ping was killed by the Grandmaster monsters now, then everything they had done would be meaningless. The problem was, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Now that Xia Ping had appeared on the battlefield, even if he wanted Xia Ping to come back, there was no way he could do it in a short time. More than 2 hours ago, Xia Ping passed the trial of the number 88 ruins. He was the first to pass, and he came back on the spaceship just in time for this war. A secretary said in a deep voice, "But because the war is coming and the monsters are attacking the city, the situation is too urgent, so we didn't report this matter to the commander and temporarily suppressed it." In the tense moment when countless sea beasts were about to attack the city, a grandmaster passing the ruins trial was a trivial matter. Naturally, the secretary didn't mention this matter to prevent it from affecting the commander. He's indeed a genius to be the first to pass the ruins trial. It's no wonder those sea demons are trying so hard to kill him. Li Yuantian sighed. Such a genius must not die in the hands of the sea demons. We must do our best to protect him. He ordered the grandmasters to protect Xia Ping. They couldn't let such a genius die prematurely. At that moment, Shark Demon King, Crab Demon King, Prawn Demon King, Sea Snake King, and the other Demon Kings also received the news. The heavens are on my side. The heavens are really on my side. This puny human actually dared to send himself to his death on the battlefield. How can the word stupid describe him? Shark Demon King laughed out loud, overjoyed. Since this human is stupid, let's send him to his death prematurely, said Crab Demon King with a sinister smile. The other Demon Kings were also brimming with killing intent. They were all determined to kill Xia Ping. Issue the order. Whoever kills Xia Ping, regardless of their status, will immediately be promoted by 3 ranks. They will be rewarded with 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. They will also become the overlord of the 1,500-kilometer sea region. Chapter 886. The Shark Demon King's order excited countless Grandmaster monsters. All of them seemed to be on steroids. They roared and charged at Xia Ping with all their might. Go to hell, human Xia Ping! A Grandmaster Shark Demon roared. Its black eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its huge body leaped out of the water, reaching 8 times the speed of sound. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing hundreds of ferocious fangs. Each of them was extremely sharp, like a peerless divine weapon that could tear apart any steel. Previously, a battleship had been bitten in two by this shark demon, displaying its terrifying destructive power. This was a terrifying sea demon that could slaughter an entire city. Human Xiaoping's head is mine. No one can take it from me. A sea snake demon said in a low voice, shaking the world. Its 300-meter-long body swooped over like an ancient flood dragon. Its body was covered with silver scales, which emitted a cold light under the sun. Its body was also filled with a terrifying cold air, as if it had frozen the sea. This Grandmaster Sea Snake Demon was not willing to be left behind. After all, there was only one Xiaoping. Whoever killed Xiaoping first would get the reward. Of course, it would not give it to other Grandmaster monsters. Although this Sea Snake Demon was huge, its agility was no less than that of a monkey. Its body turned into a long bow, and with a slight bend, it produced a terrifying jumping force. In an instant, it swooped over, wanting to strangle Xiaoping. Get out of here. Whoever dares to stop me, Crab Brother 9, will die. A Grandmaster Crab Demon was extremely terrifying. It was tyrannical and extremely arrogant. It walked on the sea horizontally, and its speed exceeded 8 times the speed of sound, surpassing countless Grandmasters. Its pair of giant pincers were extremely terrifying. They were pitch black, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. With these giant pincers, it had harvested countless lives. It would not be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river. With a bang, it leaped into the air and fell like a meteor, bringing with it a terrifying airflow. It wanted to cut off Xiaoping's head in an instant. Oh no! Many of the human Grandmasters planned on rescuing Xiaoping, but the 3 Grandmaster demons were just too fast and violent. Furthermore, they were several kilometers away from Xiaoping. Even if they wanted to rescue Xiaoping, it was impossible for them to do so given their speed and distance. They could only watch Xiaoping being killed by the 3 Grandmaster monsters and die without a whole body. It's over. It's all over now. On the warship, Li Yuantian and the other high-ranking generals were burning with anxiety. They wished they could immediately reach Xiaoping's side and kill all the Grandmaster demons. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only watch helplessly. Foolish humans, you actually dare to enter the battlefield. You don't even know how to write the word death. A genius rarely seen in 1,000 years? I'll turn you into a corpse today. Go to hell. Anyone who dares to threaten our sea demon tribe shall die. Go to hell and repent. This is the fate of anyone who dares to touch a Grandmaster of my shark demon clan. In the distance, many Grandmaster sea demons were gloating. It was as if they could see Xiaoping being torn to pieces by the 3 Grandmaster sea demons. It was a pity that this human genius who had the potential to become a king had fallen just like that. Their hearts were filled with endless pride, as if they had just killed a king. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the attacks of the 3 Grandmaster-level sea demons arrived in the blink of an eye and landed on Xiaoping's body fiercely. An earth-shattering sound erupted. It was as if hundreds of tons of bombs had exploded, causing the air to explode. With Xiaoping as the center, a substantial force was produced, sweeping out in all directions, setting off huge waves. It was unknown how many little demons were killed, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. However, this group of Grandmaster Sea Demons did not care. There were too many little demons in the endless sea. They were no different from cannon fodder. After they died, they could quickly grow again. They were nothing. This is a human genius? So pitiful. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. He was killed in one move. I heard that this human genius was very arrogant, stirring up trouble everywhere. He made the 1,000-demon mountain full of chicken feathers and duck blood. Now, it seems that he's just SOSO. He was killed in one move by us, the sea demons. There's nothing we can do about it. How can the 1,000-demon mountain be compared to us, the sea demons of the endless sea? The two sides are not on the same level. Indeed. From this, we can see that the 1,000-demon mountain is just SOSO. It's already desolate. It's no longer the overlord that once dominated the cloud world. It can only live in a corner, struggling at death's door. Wait, something's wrong. Why don't the three Grandmaster Sea Demons look happy at all? Instead, they look so serious. Damn, that kid is not dead. He's still alive and kicking. It can't be. What happened? Many Grandmaster Sea Demons were still feeling proud of themselves. They wanted to see the scene of Xia Ping dying. However, when the smoke and dust dispersed, they were shocked to find that Xia Ping was not dead. He was still standing on the sea with his hands behind his back. From Xia Ping's body, a thin layer of energy shield that was almost invisible to the naked eye was emitted. It was this energy shield that blocked the attacks of the three Grandmaster Sea Demons. No matter how fierce they were, they could not break through the layer of energy shield. It was as if it was an absolute domain. How is this possible? The three Grandmaster Sea Demons were dumbfounded. They could not help but feel shocked. They were so confident that any Grandmaster would die with their attacks. There was no way they could survive. However, what was going on? This human was standing still and letting them attack him. Yet, they could not break through this human's defense. This was too exaggerated. However, they did not know that Xia Ping was wearing a universal protective suit. This was a powerful defensive equipment that could resist the attacks of ordinary kings. What could a mere Grandmaster attack do? When these Grandmaster Sea Demons attacked, the universal protective suit immediately came into play and continuously weakened the power. When it reached Xia Ping's body, it was basically gone. In other words, how could this hurt Xia Ping? Are you done? Now it's my turn. Xia Ping looked at the three Grandmaster Sea Demons calmly. His calm pupils revealed a terrifying pressure. It was as if a primordial fierce beast had awakened from a deep sleep. Oh no, run! The three Grandmaster Sea Demons suddenly showed a trace of fear. As if they were facing a great enemy, their hair stood on end. They made a prompt decision and turned to escape. However, it was too late. Xia Ping stood on the sea. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Circles of waves appeared on the sea where his feet stood, spreading in all directions. He suddenly threw a punch. With a shake, it exploded. Dong! Chapter 887. Not good. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the Shark Demon Grandmaster. It was the most arrogant and dared to be the first to approach Xia Ping. It wanted to swallow him whole and treat him as food. Unfortunately, when its ferocious mouth bit down on the universal protective suit, its fangs, which could bite through steel, were shattered in an instant. Its mouth was full of blood. Now that it had no time to hide, it took Xia Ping's punch head-on. The power of this punch simply exceeded its imagination. It clearly wasn't very strong, but the destructive power of the spiral was too terrifying. Even though it had scales to protect its body, it was of no use. Bang! In the next second, its 100-meter-long body exploded like a watermelon. A large amount of flesh and blood flew in all directions, dyeing the sea red. The poor Shark Demon Grandmaster was a terrifying existence that could bite through a warship. It was a ferocious beast of the sea that made people tremble in fear. However, it was unlucky to encounter Xia Ping and be killed with a single punch. It's over. Seeing the Shark Demon Grandmaster die, the 100-meter-long sea snake demon was scared out of its wits. Its huge body did not give it any sense of security. It was clearly just a human. Compared to it, it was simply the difference between a giant and an ant. Under normal circumstances, it should be the one crushing the other party. But now, it clearly felt that it was the ant, and the other party was the ancient giant. With a slap, it could crush a long snake like a bug. This punch smashed onto the sea snake demon's head. Immediately, its head, which was as hard as stone, was penetrated and exploded on the spot. Even as the spiral fist force passed through inch by inch, its 100-meter-long body produced a series of terrifying explosions. It exploded inch by inch, and its huge body was broken into dozens of pieces on the spot. Large chunks of flesh and blood fell on the sea, constantly splashing large amounts of water. The sea snake that dominated the sea was also killed on the spot. No! The Crab Demon Grandmaster, who was originally tyrannical and thought that he was the best in the world, was also trembling in fear. It gritted its teeth and fled with all its might. On the surface of the sea, a long white chain appeared in an instant. It frantically fled into the distance, using its maximum speed that it would never be able to reach again in its life. The surrounding seawater was cut open, forming a passage for the crab demon to escape. However, it was useless. No matter how fast it was, how could it compare to the speed of the fist force? The sound had just been transmitted when the fist force smashed over. Even a Grandmaster-level monster wouldn't be able to react in time. Boom. One punch, just one punch, landed on the Grandmaster crab monster's body. Its body was like a balloon, instantly exploding into pieces. Its pincers, legs, and shell were all blasted into pieces. The spiral force continued to grind its organs into paste. You must be joking. The human Grandmasters who were rushing over were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. All of them stopped in their tracks as if they could not believe their eyes. The 3 Grandmaster-level monsters were the crab, the shark, and the sea snake. Each one was more terrifying and ferocious than the last. Any human Grandmaster would not dare to say that they would be able to defeat them. Not to mention that the 3 Grandmaster-level monsters had joined forces at the same time. Generally speaking, it would be a fatal situation. But now, not only was the kid unscathed, but he even attacked. With one punch, the 3 Grandmaster-level monsters exploded. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. How could this be? They're all dead. The 3 Grandmaster-level monsters are all dead. You must be joking. What on earth happened? Why is the kid unscathed after being attacked by the 3 Grandmaster-level monsters? Many of the Grandmaster-level monsters were also dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what had happened at all. Some monsters even thought that it might be an illusion. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? Universal protective suit. This kid is wearing a universal protective suit. No wonder the 3 Grandmaster-level monsters can't do anything to him. On the warship, the eyes of Li Yuantian and other senior generals immediately lit up. They were considered people of high status and authority. Naturally, they had seen many treasures. Among them was the universal protective suit. This was a treasure that countless Grandmaster-level monsters coveted. However, such a treasure was priceless. It couldn't be found on the market. One couldn't buy it even if one had the money. That's right. This kid passed the trial of the 88th ruin. Naturally, he received some treasures as a reward. This universal protective suit is probably one of the rewards. Li Yuantian chuckled. Looks like those Grandmaster-level monsters are unlucky. With the universal protective suit, even ordinary kings would find it difficult to kill this kid. I reckon that even if those monsters used all their strength, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense. He felt refreshed. He had originally thought that Xia Ping would be sending himself to his death if he went to the battlefield. He didn't expect that Xia Ping would be wearing such a treasure. He could practically do whatever he wanted on the battlefield. Even if a group of Grandmaster-level monsters ganged up on him, they wouldn't suffer much damage. With this set of treasured clothes, this kid would be in an invincible position. Many human kings saw this scene as well, including Zhao Zhong. However, they already knew about this, so they weren't worried about Xia Ping's safety. After all, this was a secret of the giant company. Ordinary people didn't have the right to know, so they wouldn't casually reveal it. At this moment, Xia Ping was standing on the surface of the sea, killing 3 Grandmaster-level monsters with a single punch. He was like an invincible god of war. Who else? Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Grandmaster-level monsters with disdain. Which other monsters dare to come forward to die? Hurry up and come. I want to fight 10 of you at once. He indicated that what happened earlier was just an appetizer. Now was the time to get serious. Arrogant. This human is too arrogant. He wants to fight 10 of us at once? Who does he think he is? Everyone, let's attack him together and beat him into a pile of shit. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. The Grandmaster-level monsters were already furious when Xia Ping killed 3 of their companions. Now, this bastard actually dared to provoke them directly, saying that he wanted to fight 10 of them at once. If they didn't completely destroy this human, they wouldn't have any face left. Even the hatred from the death of their 3 companions ignited a terrifying flame in their hearts. They wished they could immediately capture Xia Ping and tear him into pieces. But remember, the one who killed you is called Shark 13. With a boom, a tyrannical shark demon jumped out from the group of Grandmaster-level monsters. Chapter 888. Xia Ping did not even look at it. He raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. He circulated the astral energy in his body and covered his palm, instantly blocking in front of his body. The halberd and the palm collided, and dazzling sparks immediately burst out. The shockwave caused a large hole to appear in the seawater under their feet. How is this possible? Shark 13 was shocked. He felt the terrifying power from this palm strike. There was a tyrannical rebounding force that sent him flying several hundred meters away, sliding across the surface of the sea. Even his hands that were holding the halberd were numb, and all the bones in his body were trembling. He simply did not dare to believe it. One had to know that his shark demon race was famous for their strength. Although they were not necessarily the strongest in the world, they were not something weak humans could compare to. If it was a competition of strength, his shark demon race could beat 10 humans. But what happened now? In a competition of pure strength, he was actually at a disadvantage. If he had not personally experienced it, he would not have thought that a puny human would have strength that surpassed the shark demon race. It was too unbelievable. Shark 13? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. This name is quite unique. I killed a pirate before, and his name was Shark 17. What is his relationship with you? He felt that this name was very familiar. What? My younger brother, Shark 17, was killed by you? Shark 13's eyes were wide open. No wonder I could not contact him. I even ran to his nest and found that there was nothing left. There were only ruins everywhere. So it was you who killed my younger brother. He roared, wishing that he could bite Xia Ping to death. This was the hatred of killing his younger brother. It was absolutely irreconcilable. You are already a pirate and live a life of blood. Isn't it normal to die? You have to pay for what you have done. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back. Moreover, the number of humans who died at your younger brother's hands is not small. I am doing this for the sake of the people. Doing your mother's death. Shark 13 roared. So what if my younger brother killed some humans? In any case, you humans can reproduce. Even if one dies, a whole bunch of others can be born. So what if I snatch some of your treasures? In any case, you humans are rich and can help us. However, you actually dared to kill my brother. This is an unforgivable crime. Today, no one can save you. It was furious to the extreme, and it seemed to be surging with a berserk fury. Even the surrounding seawater began to boil, and the temperature rose. A large amount of water immediately evaporated, condensing into mist. In the blink of an eye, his entire body turned into a flying fish, breaking through the sound barrier by several times. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand, and his body emitted a black glow as he slashed at Xia Ping. This was its peak attack, capable of tearing a mountain apart with a single strike. It could be said that it no longer had any room to hold back, and it wanted to annihilate this damnable human in a single move to avenge its dead brother. Xia Ping casually sent out another palm strike. Layers upon layers of palm shadows appeared in the void, instantly slapping onto Shark Shursan's halberd, causing a shockwave. This palm was like the ocean, unfathomable, and contained the energy of the Dark North body protection technique. It was like a Kuan Purring, nibbling away at its prey, instantly devouring Shark 13's strength. Impossible! Shark Shursan was simply going crazy. His heavenly halberd desperately wanted to chop off Xia Ping's body, but it was easily blocked by a single hand, and he could not move an inch forward. Its face turned red, and it exerted all of its strength, but it still couldn't do anything. No one can save me? With your strength, do I still need others to save me? You are overestimating yourself. Xia Ping looked at Shark Shursan indifferently, and his left hand suddenly punched out, containing the power of a spiral. Not good. A shark demon grandmaster saw this, and his expression changed drastically, immediately shouting out, "Human, stop. This is the 13th son of my shark demon king, the prince of my shark demon race. You dare to kill him? You are provoking a great calamity. Hurry up and stop. If you dare to kill him, you will become the enemy of my shark demon race, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. Damnable human, do you know what you are doing?" Many shark demon grandmasters shouted, and they all stepped forward to stop him. If Shark Shursan was killed here, it would anger the shark demon king, and all of their heads would fall to the ground. Not rest until one of us is dead? Do you think that this is not a not rest until one of us is dead? Today, not only will Shark Shursan die, but the so-called shark demon king will also die. To dare invade my human territory, this is a serious crime. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I won't be able to save you. If you still dare to be arrogant, even the entire shark demon race will be exterminated. Xia Ping sneered, and he didn't care about these shark demon grandmasters. In this year, he had braved fire and water, killed descendants of demon kings, and auctioned them. What had he not experienced? How could a mere son of the shark demon king threaten him? He was too stupid. Bang! This punch landed on Shark Shursan's body, and it was like a volcanic explosion. Shark Shursan let out a miserable scream, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. The spiral fist force seeped into his internal organs, and it caused a crazy destruction. In the next second, his entire body exploded, and he turned into a pile of meat paste. He died on the spot. Human Xia Ping, I will kill you. You even dared to kill the prince, Shark Shursan. You have committed a heinous crime, a heinous crime. Everyone, attack together. Slaughter this sinner Xia Ping, and take revenge for the prince. If we kill this human, we can reduce our punishment. Otherwise, when we return, our heads will definitely roll on the ground. Either this human dies or we die. We will not rest until we are dead. Seeing Shark Shursan explode with a single punch from Xia Ping, all the shark demon grandmasters present were dumbfounded. Their eyes were bloodshot from anger, and they were on the verge of exploding. Not to mention how angry they were, they even had thoughts of slaughtering Xia Ping. That was the son of the shark demon king, a person of high status and authority, equivalent to a prince of a country. Such a person had a noble status. Was he someone you could kill? If you incurred the wrath of the shark demon king, rivers of blood would be considered a light punishment. If you didn't massacre several human cities, you wouldn't be able to quell the shark demon king's anger. You didn't consider the consequences at all. This damned greenhorn human, they had to kill him. Human Xia Ping, you actually dared to kill my son. If this king wants you dead, then die now. In the distance, when the shark demon king saw this scene, his eyes immediately widened. He roared, and with his body as the center, the water within a radius of dozens of miles exploded, causing a huge tremor. The entire sea seemed to be trembling, and countless dark clouds floated in the sky. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as though a powerful storm was about to arrive, engulfing the sea. On the battlefield, every human, and even every demon, could hear the shark demon king's loud roar. It nearly ruptured their eardrums, causing them to buzz. This was the wrath of a king of the sea. Chapter 889. Are you kidding me? You want to kill me? Do you think you have the ability to do so? Xia Ping looked at the sea monsters around him expressionlessly and sneered. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he did not stand where he was. Instead, he chose to attack directly. He rushed toward the sea monsters like a bolt of lightning, bringing with him a violent storm. Is this kid crazy? Charging at a group of masters alone, does he think he is a king? One of the master monsters was dumbfounded and could not understand what was going on. When an ordinary human saw a group of master monsters chasing after him, he would be so scared that he would run away like a rat, wishing that his parents had given him a few more legs. How would he dare to stay where he was? However, this kid did not run away. Instead, he attacked brazenly and rushed into the sea of master monsters. He was like a moth flying into a flame, seeking his own death. I think this human wants to hang himself. He thinks his life is too long. Since he wants to die, how can we not grant him his wish? That's for the best. We can take this opportunity to kill this kid and avenge Shark 13. Many master monsters were filled with murderous intent. They were happy to see this happen. Since the other party did not plan to escape, they had no reason to stop him. They could take this opportunity to send this human to heaven. Bang, bang, bang. They attacked in an instant, showing no mercy. A silver sea snake pounced over. It was 10 meters long and slightly curved like a bow, giving off terrifying explosive power as it charged towards Xia Ping. It was as fast as lightning, wanting to pierce through Xia Ping's body. This was the famous silver light snake. It was from the famous sea snake clan in the Endless Sea. Its speed was extremely fast. Once it unleashed its full speed, it would be like a silver light. Ordinary people would not be able to see its figure. Most of the time, the silver light snake would penetrate its body without even knowing what was going on. Its fangs were extremely poisonous. As long as the skin was slightly bitten, the person would immediately die from the poison. Human, go to hell. Another Grandmaster monster shouted. It was a thunder shark with a lightning symbol engraved on its forehead. Its huge body was covered with winding lightning marks, and purple lightning crackled from time to time. This was also a terrifying shark monster in the Endless Sea. It controlled the power of thunder and lightning. It had a bad temper and could be called a god of war. Even if a few master warriors of the same level besieged it, they would still be no match for this fierce thunder shark. Its entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, shuttling through the sea. It was incomparably violent, as if it wanted to turn Xia Ping's body into charcoal in an instant. Kill. A red crab demon that seemed to be condensed from fire energy also stepped on the surface of the sea, madly rushing over. Its body emitted violent fire energy, and its shell emitted balls of magma energy, as if it was carrying a volcano on its back. It was the famous lava crab of the crab demon race. It was said that it lived in a supervolcano at the bottom of the sea and usually fed on magma. It was simply a monster that lived in magma and possessed violent flame energy. Everywhere it went, there was a sea of fire. Ordinary creatures would be burned to ashes in an instant. This type of Grandmaster Sea monster was everywhere, and every one of them was extremely terrifying. They could easily destroy a battleship. Ordinary laser cannons could not hit them, and even if they did, they would not be damaged at all. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the attacks of more than 10 Grandmaster Sea monsters smashed onto Xia Ping's body. The power of thunder, fire, poison, and so on all exploded at the same time. Even a mountain would be razed to the ground by this power, completely blown into pieces, leaving nothing behind. But Xia Ping did not care. He just rushed toward this group of monsters like a super tank, fearless and indestructible. A thin layer of energy shield immediately rose from the universal protective suit on Xia Ping's body. It looked very weak, but this was a defense that even an ordinary king might not be able to break. How could the power of a mere Grandmaster do anything to it? Xia Ping relied on the power of his universal protective suit to run rampant. He did not care about the attacks of these Grandmasters. Immediately, these attacks bombarded the universal protective suit, and they all dissipated. After the power of these attacks was continuously weakened by the layers of the universal protective suit, when they reached Xia Ping's body, they were almost negligible. They could not hurt Xia Ping at all. Impossible. The silver light snake was dumbfounded. It realized that its attack, which it had been so confident in, was like hitting a piece of cotton when it hit Xia Ping. All the impact was absorbed cleanly. No matter how hard it tried, it could not hurt Xia Ping. Oh no. The silver light snake's face suddenly changed. It found that Xia Ping was very close. He was like a super tank that had gone out of control. With invincible power, he rushed over and slammed into its body. This collision was like an ancient giant elephant crushing an ant. It produced a flood-like power, and the surrounding air condensed into a substance, like ripples spreading out in all directions. The silver light snake let out a shrill scream. Its body could not withstand this terrifying power. It was smashed into a pile of meat paste on the spot. Its body, which was more than 10 meters long, was broken into more than 10 pieces. Even before the impact ended, the 2 or 3 Grandmaster monsters behind the silver light snake were also affected. It was as if a series of supercar accidents had occurred. Terrifying collisions occurred one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 Grandmaster demons were slammed to death. Some of them had their heads smashed into mush, while others had their organs ruptured. Some of them were unlucky and were struck by the broken limbs of the demons in front of them, causing their hearts to explode. Too fierce? Is this still a human? He's simply an animal. Whoever says that Brother Xia will be a human in the future, I'll be angry with him. Even the legendary ancient giant elephant is nothing more than this. It's too violent. He just rushed over and killed 2 or 3 Grandmaster monsters. It's too scary. How strong is his strength? Strength is secondary. Didn't you see more than a dozen Grandmaster monsters attacking him? He's actually unharmed. My God, he's unharmed. What kind of protective qigong did he cultivate? It's not a protective qigong. I can see it now. This kid is wearing a universal protective suit. It's said that it's a secret treasure that can only be found in ruins. Ordinary Grandmasters can't break through its defense. My God, isn't this kid invincible? Which of those Grandmaster monsters is a match for him? No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. These Grandmaster monsters are really unlucky to have met Brother Xia. Chapter 890. Damn it, this human is too ferocious. He's a freak. How can we beat him? He's wearing the secret universal protective suit. No wonder our attacks are useless. How can we fight him? This human is like a hedgehog. We can't touch him at all. Seeing that a few Grandmaster monsters were killed by Xia Ping with one punch, the remaining Grandmaster monsters' expressions changed. They could see how terrifying Xia Ping was. Just the universal protective suit he was wearing was not something they could break. Even if they used all their strength, they would not be able to hurt this human at all. Instead, if the human touched them and punched them, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. If that was the case, what was the point of fighting? Wouldn't they just be sending themselves to death? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of Grandmaster monsters quickly fled in all directions, not daring to fight Xia Ping head-on. Why are you running? Didn't you want to kill me? If you have the guts, stay and fight me for 800 rounds, Xia Ping shouted as he chased the group of Grandmaster monsters. Fight my ass. Many of the Grandmaster monsters fled in a sorry state. Their faces were green as they cursed in their hearts. Shameless human, take off the universal protective suit if you have the guts and fight them to the death. He was clearly wearing a tortoise shell that even ordinary kings could not penetrate. He came here to bully them, showing off and bullying them. He was simply shameless. If they also had this secret treasure, would they be afraid of a puny human? But no matter how angry they were, they could do nothing about it. They did not have such a treasure, so none of them could do anything to this human. Brother Xia is too ferocious. He's chasing a group of Grandmasters. A human Grandmaster was speechless. If a group of Grandmaster monsters were to fight a human Grandmaster together, the human Grandmaster would definitely be dead. There was no reason for him to survive. But now, the situation seemed to be reversed. This group of Grandmaster monsters was being crushed by the human Grandmaster. One Grandmaster was beating up a group of them. It was extremely ferocious. They had never seen such a situation in their lives. The universal protective suit is indeed powerful. With this defensive equipment, one is practically invincible. That's equipment that ordinary kings would find difficult to penetrate. Of course it's powerful. Don't talk nonsense here. Take advantage of their weakness and kill them. This is the best time to defeat these sea monsters. That's right. Let's work together with Brother Xia to destroy these Grandmaster monsters. Many human Grandmasters immediately came to their senses. Now was not the time for them to watch a good show. One by one, they rushed forward and protected Xia Ping from behind to deal with the group of Grandmaster monsters. Originally, the group of sea demons was already under great pressure when facing Xia Ping alone. Now, with the addition of a large number of human Grandmasters, the pressure was unprecedentedly strong. There was no way they could withstand it. Damn it! Damned human, I'll kill you! A golden snake demon roared. It was anxious from being chased by Xia Ping. It swung its huge tail and wanted to hit Xia Ping fiercely. Such a collision was equivalent to a heavy truck crashing at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Ordinary Grandmasters would probably vomit blood if they were hit by this attack. However, when this attack landed on Xia Ping's body, it was continuously weakened by the layers of defense of the universal protective suit. In the end, Xia Ping was unscathed. He was easily blocked. Xia Ping took advantage of this opportunity and gave a backhand punch. In an instant, the golden snake demon's entire head exploded, leaving only a headless corpse that fell into the sea. Seeing this, more than a dozen Grandmaster monsters were also anxious. They rushed towards Xia Ping and used all their skills, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Xia Ping. However, it was useless. More than a dozen human Grandmasters behind Xia Ping also took advantage of this opportunity to kill these monster Grandmasters one by one. Some of them split a shark demon in half with a single sword strike. The cut was smooth. Some of them held a huge hammer with great strength, smashing the head of a crab demon with one strike. Even the crab's shell did not help. Some of them held a sickle and kept cutting the throat. With one slash, the entire head was instantly sent flying. It was indestructible. These human Grandmasters all displayed powerful martial arts skills. With Xia Ping blocking in front, they could attack the monster Grandmasters with ease without worrying about themselves getting hurt. This won't do. We're no match for them at all. This human Xia Ping is like a turtle shell. He can't be killed no matter how we hit him. He's just too disgusting. He's not afraid of death just because he has treasures. He's always blocking in front. He's shameless to the extreme. Despicable humans, take off your turtle shell if you have the guts. Let's fight to the death. Many of the Grandmaster monsters were infuriated. They had never encountered such a situation. With Xia Ping acting as a tank in front of them, he blocked all their attacks. When they were exhausted, the human Grandmasters behind them would attack again. It was like they were mowing grass, harvesting the lives of the demon Grandmasters. In just 10 minutes, hundreds of demon Grandmasters had been killed. If this continued, they would probably be completely wiped out. Darn humans! In the distance, the shark demon monarch and the other demon monarchs' faces were as black as ink when they saw the situation. They were extremely gloomy. Every death of a Grandmaster made their hearts bleed. These Grandmaster monsters were the elites of their species. Now, they were like grass being harvested and killed by these darn humans one by one. If they could exchange a life for a life, perhaps their deaths would have been worth it. However, that was not the case at all. It was a one-sided massacre. A large number of demon Grandmasters had died, but not many human Grandmasters had died. There were almost none who were seriously injured. All of this was because of Xia Ping. No, this human Xia Ping must die. If we let this human do as he pleases, our elite soldiers will be completely finished. Kill him. Kill this human Xia Ping immediately. We can't let him continue acting so arrogantly. Many demon kings were filled with murderous intent. They could all see that the situation was one-sided because Xia Ping was wearing a turtle shell. Relying on the fact that he could not die, he stirred up trouble everywhere and stirred up shit. If not for Xia Ping, they wouldn't have lost so many Grandmasters. I'm going to kill him personally. With a boom, the shark demon monarch roared. He could no longer sit still and directly flew over from behind the army. He wanted to personally take action and kill the human once and for all. Immediately, the entire world changed color. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Strong winds howled and the sea surged. The Sea King had taken action. What? The expressions of many human grandmasters changed. They immediately felt unprecedented pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. They could barely move, and even breathing was a little difficult. Chapter 891. Boom. A terrifying shark swam over from the sky. It was so huge that it was like a super aircraft carrier. It covered the sky and emitted a terrifying fiendish aura. Every fang on its body was extremely terrifying and huge. It was like a giant pillar that could support the sky. Under the sunlight, it emitted a horrifying light that sent chills from the soles of the feet straight up to the top of the skull. The moment it appeared, the entire battlefield stopped. Everyone's eyes were focused on the shark, and some of the weaker creatures were trembling. This was the famous king of the sea, the shark demon monarch. Human, Xia Ping, I want you dead. The shark demon monarch roared. It was earth-shattering and produced a terrifying sound wave that swept over. It actually set off a giant wave that instantly drowned over a dozen warships. Its huge body didn't slow down at all. It was like a kunpeng that freely swam in the void and charged at Xia Ping. It was so fast that it was like a super warship. Faced with such speed, ordinary masters couldn't even react. Retreat, retreat quickly. Demon monarch, come here. Staying here means death. Retreat, everyone retreat. Don't get involved in a battle between monarchs. Many human generals were shocked and quickly ordered the warships to retreat far away from the battlefield. They didn't want to be targeted by the shark demon monarch and die without a corpse. It wasn't just the humans. Those fish demons also retreated in fear. They knew that if they got involved in the wrath of a monarch, they would definitely die. So powerful. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He had seen several demon monarchs fight back at the Myriad Treasures Island, but they were at most Purple Mansion realm monarchs. This shark demon monarch was at least a fulfillment realm monarch. Such strength was much more terrifying than a Purple Mansion realm monarch. Its control of magic power had reached the acme of perfection. It could be said that 10 Purple Mansion realm monarchs couldn't beat a fulfillment realm cultivator. Now that the shark demon monarch made a move, he felt unprecedented pressure. He felt like he was an ant, and his opponent was a prehistoric giant beast. He couldn't be a match at all. As expected, the gap between a master and a monarch is too big. It can't be measured by miles. Xia Ping clenched his fists. With his current strength, even a normal king would be able to kill him with a single punch if he didn't have any external assistance. However, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, it wasn't just the shark demon race that had a king. Humans also had a king. They couldn't just watch as the shark demon king did whatever he wanted without doing anything. Damn it, the shark fiend monarch actually dares to personally take action. He's bullying the weak. Destroy him. When the kings of the giant company saw this, their expressions turned gloomy. The reason they stayed in the battleship was to prevent the demon kings from acting. Now, it seemed that the shark monster king didn't care about face at all and directly attacked a member of the younger generation. How could this be? They couldn't sit still any longer and immediately rushed out of the battleship. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of human kings appeared in midair. The one leading them was Zhao Zhong. He stood in midair as if he was walking on flat ground. It was as if gravity didn't exist for him. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a frightening radiance. The moment Zhao Zhong appeared, he instantly attacked. He arrived in front of Xia Ping and punched the shark demon monarch's body. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound erupted. It was like an explosion of a tsunami that swept through countless beaches and drowned the cities on the sea. Zhao Zhong, the shark fiend monarch roared. His expression was malevolent. After receiving this punch, he was forced to retreat several kilometers. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. You actually dare to obstruct this king? Today, this king will definitely tear you apart. He was enraged to the extreme. If it wasn't for Zhao Zhong, he would have killed this human Xia Ping with a single strike. He would have gotten rid of this scourge that had killed countless experts of the shark demon race. Tear my ass. Xia Ping shouted, Senior Zhao, tear this shark apart immediately. Tonight, we will have a seafood feast. I heard that shark fins taste pretty good. Let's slaughter this shark. Seafood feast? Who did he think the shark fiend monarch was? Was he just a dish? He could eat whenever he wanted to. This was a king of the sea. How could it be so easy to deal with? The mouths of many kings twitched. They didn't expect that this brat could still be so lively at this moment. It was as if he had no fear of the kings at all. If it were an ordinary expert, they would have long been trembling in fear in front of a king. Their faces would be ashen. How would they dare to shout? Zhao Zhong was also speechless. He didn't know what he should say. This brat's guts were simply boundless. It was as if he had no fear at all. Hearing this, many of the sea demons were dumbfounded. They looked at Xia Ping as if he was a fool. This human was simply crazy. He actually dared to say such words to the famous shark fiend monarch. He even wanted to turn him into shark fins. If this wasn't thinking that his life was too long, what else could it be? You still want to tear this king apart and turn him into shark fins? You human, you are so audacious. You have committed a heinous crime. This king will kill you right now. Let's see who can stop me. The shark fiend monarch was so angry that he was practically stamping his feet. This human actually dared to say that he would eat him alive and turn him into a seafood feast right in front of him. If he didn't kill this arrogant human, his name as the shark fiend monarch would be read backwards in the future. Boom! A terrifying aura immediately erupted from the shark fiend monarch. His powers vibrated as if the entire sea was under his control. With a gentle wave of his tail, huge waves were set off. Immediately, terrifying pillars of water rose from the sea and shot into the sky. They produced a terrifying collision force that blasted towards Xia Ping, crushing everything in their path. I said, with me here, don't you dare be so arrogant. Zhao Zhong snorted coldly. He patted his waist and immediately, a 3-foot-long sword appeared. His body was filled with green sword chi that constantly flashed like lightning. It was also like the tongue of a poisonous snake. He slashed out with his sword, condensing a pillar of sword chi that was extremely sharp. In an instant, the pillar of water in front of him was sliced into pieces. One sword chi even swept out, splitting the sea in half. It was as if a tunnel had been created under the sea. Zhao Zhong, I want your life. The shark fiend monarch was enraged and rushed forward. He knew that if he wanted to kill Xia Ping, he had to first eliminate this human king, Zhao Zhong. Bang bang bang. The two kings crazily collided in midair. It was as if two balls of energy were colliding in a frenzy. The sky, the sea, the island, and all other places had become the battlefield of the two kings. Each collision produced a huge storm that swept up hundreds of tons of seawater, affecting a radius of dozens of kilometers. The surrounding warships were desperately trying to escape. Once they were sucked into the whirlpool of seawater, they would immediately be slapped away by dozens of tons of seawater and directly crushed into scrap metal. Chapter 892. Brother Shark, let me help you. Don't panic. We can destroy mere humans. Let's attack together and kill these human kings. Just as the battle between the Shark Demon King and Zhao Zhong broke out, the many sea demon kings that had been waiting in the back could no longer sit still. They all chose to attack and attack. Some of them were the subordinates of the Shark Demon King, while others were his friends. They were all the demon kings of the nearby seas. Now, the Shark Demon King had gathered them together to deal with the humans. The number of these demon kings was no less than that of the human kings. There were dozens of them. The strongest among them were naturally the Crab Demon King, Sea Snake King, Prawn Demon King, and other kings. They shot forward like arrows and killed their way into the group of human kings. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the human kings and the sea demon kings began to fight, forming a terrifying battlefield. Every time the kings clashed with each other, there was an earth-shattering explosion. One collision, one explosion, both destroyed a part of the sea. It was as if hundreds of missiles were exploding at the same time, shaking up the entire sea and creating a storm. Huge amounts of seawater flooded in all directions, forming a tsunami. Luckily, this was the sea. If it was land, everything within thousands of kilometers would be flattened. But even so, the human troops and sea demons all fled, not daring to get close to the cruel battle between kings. Touching it meant certain death. So strong. Is this a battle between kings? It's too scary. We can't get close at all. Getting close means death. With such power, even a warship would be smashed into scrap metal. No wonder everyone below the king level is an ant. I didn't believe it before, thinking that we were all humans. How could there be such a huge difference? Now, it seems like I'm a frog in a well. Becoming a king means that you're no longer an ordinary person. Many human grandmasters watched the battle between the kings in shock. This was not a battle they could intervene in. It had already transcended another dimension. Even the aftershock of the shockwave was enough to kill a group of grandmasters. Ordinary humans were even worse. A single breath could kill a group of them. They were as weak as ants. The difference was too great. Is this a king who has opened up the Purple Palace and has magical powers? He's unbelievably strong. Xia Ping clenched his fists, and his eyes shone with excitement. The difference between a grandmaster and a king was that one had Gang Qi, while the other had Dharma power. Magic power was a mysterious power. It was a high-level energy of the universe and was not something that Gang Qi could compare with. In the universe, only those who possessed magic power were considered mortals. Only then were they barely qualified to survive on the many planets. Huh. All of a sudden, a silhouette flickered over, breaking through the void. An intense killing intent enveloped Xia Ping, causing his hair to stand on end. It was as though he was facing a great enemy, as though he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger. Demon King? A cold gleam appeared in Xia Ping's eyes. His mental energy could sense that this mysterious shadow was actually a demonic king. It had sneakily attacked the human kings when they were caught off guard. It wanted to take this chance to kill him. The speed of this demon king was simply too fast. It was not something that a grandmaster could react to. A punch landed on Xia Ping's body, trying to kill him in one hit. Go to hell. The demon king sneered, and a ferocious expression appeared on its face. It seemed that it wanted to see Xia Ping's terrified expression when he died. It had been hiding for a long time, and it wanted to launch a sneak attack at this moment. As expected, at this critical moment, many human kings were on the battlefield and could not escape in a short time. Therefore, it sneaked to the rear and wanted to kill Xia Ping, the scourge of humanity. What? However, in the next second, the demon king's face was filled with shock. It realized that its punch on Xia Ping's body was like hitting cotton. Its powerful fist energy was being weakened layer by layer. It seemed that its power could not penetrate the human's clothes at all. This punch immediately sent Xia Ping flying 5 or 6 kilometers away. He slid across the surface of the sea and splashed up a large amount of waves. Oh no! Many human kings were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They were not prepared at all. They did not expect that there would be another king hiding in the void and attacking Xia Ping at this moment. By the time they wanted to act, the demon king had already punched Xia Ping, and they could not save him in time. Damn demon king, you dare to bully the weak. Just you wait. One day, I will cook you and make you into a seafood feast. Xia Ping crawled out of the sea and cursed at the demon king. He did not expect that he would almost fail miserably. Fortunately, he was wearing the universal protective suit. Even if it was an ordinary king's attack, it would not be able to penetrate the universal protective suit and hurt him. Otherwise, that punch just now would have directly knocked him out of his hexagram. Damn it! The demon king's face turned green. It did not expect that its painstaking attack would have no effect on this human. Now, he was still alive and kicking and even cursed at it. Is this a joke? Is he still a grandmaster? How could he block the demon king's attack? This is impossible. Is this kid a king in human skin? It could not understand. Shadow Demon King, it's really you. You are here to stir up shit. Are you behind the war between the human race and the sea demon tribe? Zhao Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at the Shadow Demon King. He immediately recognized the Demon King's true identity. He would remember it even if it turned into ashes. In the past wars between the human race and the Thousand Demon Mountain, the Shadow Demon King would often come out to cause trouble, causing great trouble for the human race. It could be said that the Shadow Demon King was notorious among the human race. Human Xia Ping, consider yourself lucky that I can't kill you this time. Next time I'll take your life. The Shadow Goblin King laughed coldly. He was an assassin. Once he missed his target, he would immediately flee. In the next second, he turned into a shadow and instantly left the battlefield. He did not even look back. No one knew how far he had disappeared. Damn it! Many human kings were enraged. However, they could not do anything about the Shadow Demon King's arrogance. The Shadow Demon King was proficient in manipulating shadows and could leave without a trace. It was impossible to catch him. They could only watch as the Shadow Demon King escaped. Shadow Demon King, just you wait. The next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Xia Ping clenched his fists. He had never suffered such a loss before. He did not expect to be almost killed by the Shadow Demon King. The next time they met, he would definitely kill this guy and take his revenge. But first, I will collect some interest. I will kill this group of grandmasters. Chapter 893. Go to hell. Taking advantage of the battle between the human monarchs and the sea demon monarchs, Xia Ping immediately attacked the group of grandmaster demons and began a frenzied pursuit. Many human grandmasters immediately followed when they saw this. They felt that this was a great opportunity. If they didn't beat them up now, when would they? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Xia Ping was like a god of war. He charged into the grandmaster demons and attacked repeatedly. With each punch, he instantly blew up a grandmaster demon, causing its entire body to explode. Ordinary grandmaster demons were unable to withstand a single punch from Xia Ping. He was invincible. Darn human. He dares to strut around here just because he has the universal defense suit. If you have what it takes, fight the demon monarchs. What kind of hero are you to bully us? This won't do. This kid is like a tortoise shell. I can't break it no matter how I hit him. The expressions of many grandmaster demons changed drastically. They finally felt what the grandmaster demons had felt before. Xia Ping was like a super tank, and they were just unarmed ordinary people. They were helpless against a tank's charge. After all, it was a dream to break through a tank's defenses with their bare hands. With Xia Ping's defense, the other human grandmasters let loose and began killing the grandmaster demons. The more these grandmaster demons died, the more advantageous it was for the battle. After all, other demons were just cannon fodder against the human warships. A sweep of the warships would result in a large swath of them dying. They could do nothing to the humans. 10 minutes later, the group of grandmaster demons retreated in defeat. More than 3,000 grandmaster demons had died. They were terror-stricken and on the verge of collapse. This won't do, Shark Demon Monarch. If this continues, our elites will probably be wiped out by the humans. We can't fight anymore. We have to retreat and regroup. A demon monarch's face turned green when he saw this. His heart was bleeding. These grandmaster demons were his trusted subordinates, but now, most of them had been killed by the humans. He could not stand it. If it were to continue like this, it would probably become a single commander after the end of the war. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The Shark Demon Monarch's expression was extremely gloomy. Although he was overbearing and condescending, he was no fool. He naturally knew that this was not the time to act on impulse. He immediately gave the order to retreat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as this order was issued, many of the sea demons were overjoyed. They no longer dared to fight with the humans. One by one, they retreated and led the army to flee into the depths of the sea. Many of the monster kings and human kings retreated as they fought, quickly retreating from the battlefield. The human monarchs were in no hurry to give chase. After all, these demons still had a considerable amount of strength. If they were to recklessly chase after them, they might end up encountering a trap. It was better to take things slow and steady. We've won. We've finally won. That bunch of stupid sea demons. They even wanted to invade our human territory. They should have learned their lesson by now. Killing 3,000 of their grandmasters is enough to make them suffer for a while. We can't let our guard down so easily. These sea monsters won't give up so easily. Their main force is still here. That's right. This is just the beginning. We still have a tough battle to fight. Fortunately, we have Xia Ping. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for us to kill a grandmaster monster. That's right. This young junior is really amazing. The new generation will always surpass the old. Many human grandmasters discussed excitedly. When they saw the sea demons fleeing, they knew that the humans had already won the battle. They had killed so many sea demons that they fled like rats. Many grandmasters came up to Xia Ping, expressing their gratitude and wanting to befriend him. After all, they all knew that as long as Xia Ping didn't die, he would definitely become a king. If they didn't come to befriend him now, when would they? Those who knew how to behave would know what to do. Xia Ping, you did well this time. At this time, some human kings also descended and came to Xia Ping's side. King Zhaozhong smiled slightly. He looked at this junior and was instantly very satisfied. He had originally thought that this battle would end in mutual destruction, causing the giant island to be unable to recover. But now, Xia Ping had appeared out of nowhere and caused the sea demons to flee like rats. He had gained the upper hand. This was the effect of a monstrous genius. A monstrous genius was equivalent to 100 geniuses. This was not a lie. It was just like Einstein. Even 100 ordinary researchers couldn't compare to him. This was the effect of a monstrous genius. You're too polite. Seniors, you're too polite. We're all humans. Fighting against the sea demons is everyone's responsibility. I just did what I could. This is nothing. Xia Ping waved his hand and revealed a look of awe-inspiring righteousness, indicating that it was just a slight effort and not a great merit. Of course, I'm not saying this for the sake of a big reward. Even if there's no reward, I won't complain. After all, it's all for the sake of humanity. Hearing this, Zhao Zhong's mouth twitched. He could clearly hear the hidden meaning in this kid's words. He seemed to be saying that since he had made such a great contribution, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give him a reward. This was the first time he had seen a young man openly asking for a reward. But he had no choice. After all, Xia Ping had made such a great contribution. If he didn't give him a reward, it would be disappointing. In this case, who would still risk their lives for the giant island? Well, there's still a reward. You can make a request. As long as it's within my capabilities, it won't be a problem. Zhao Zhong gritted his teeth and gave a reward. Many grandmasters were in an uproar. This was a promise from a king. Countless people were envious of this. This kid had really struck it rich. Really? I want these things. Xia Ping's heart stirred. He immediately made a request to Zhao Zhong, asking for a large amount of materials. These were all materials needed to modify the moon god. Some of them were controlled by the military. Without sufficient authority, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain them. He asked for materials worth 2 trillion federal coins. No problem. Zhao Zhong originally thought that Xia Ping would ask for a lot and was prepared to be ripped off. He didn't expect Xia Ping to know his limits. Although 2 trillion federal coins was a lot, it was nothing compared to Xia Ping's contribution. After all, if the sea demons broke through the giant island, the losses would be even greater. However, the reason why Xia Ping didn't ask for a lot was because he had other plans. Now that the sea demons had come out in full force, wouldn't their nest be empty? If he took this opportunity to attack the enemy's nest, he might be able to make a huge profit. Chapter 894. At this moment, many of the monster kings had retreated hundreds of kilometers to an island. Meanwhile, the sea monster army was scattered around the island. They were so dense that they covered the sky and looked suffocating. It was like the nest of monsters. However, the entire army was gloomy and depressed. This was also a very normal thing. Before they set off, they all thought that this would be a leisurely war. As long as the army arrived, the puny humans would be crushed to death. There was no reason for them to survive. But now, they realized that before they could even get close to the human island, they were already fleeing like rats. 3,000 master monsters had died, and countless small monsters had died. The losses were incalculable. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a heavy loss. Damn it, it's all because of that human, Xia Ping. The Crab Monster King gritted his teeth and pointed out the culprit of this war. If not for this son of a bitch, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. We're being beaten back again and again. It's all that bitch's fault. He gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow Xia Ping alive. Indeed, if not for this human, our master monsters wouldn't have died so many times. If not for his universal protective suit that can block the attacks of ordinary kings, our master monsters would have crushed him to death long ago. He wouldn't have had a chance to continue acting so arrogantly. This human is indeed a scourge. He's only a master, but he's already brought such heavy losses to us sea monsters. What will happen when he becomes a king? Won't he be able to kill us dozens of times? We must kill him. Otherwise, we sea monsters will never have a day of peace. That's right. If he doesn't die, who will take revenge for our subordinates? Many of the demon kings were extremely angry. If Xia Ping was here, they would definitely cut this brat into pieces. Even the gods and immortals wouldn't be able to save him. The problem is that it's too difficult to kill him. The Sea Snake King said in a deep voice, "Just now, Shadow Monster King personally tried to assassinate this kid, but he escaped unscathed. As long as he wears this universal protective suit, ordinary kings and even high-level kings might not be able to kill him. Unless an invincible king personally attacks, he'll definitely die." Many of the monster kings were speechless. If the invincible monster kings were to take action personally, then things would get serious. If an all-out war broke out, the monster kings might not be able to survive. Besides, they couldn't invite an invincible demon king for this kind of thing. We don't have to kill him face to face. Maybe we can use some tricks. The eyes of a monster king flickered, revealing a ferocious look. This brat should have parents and relatives. If we act personally and enter the human world, we can capture all of them and threaten this human. At that time, he will have no choice but to obediently submit. It was vicious and merciless, wanting to capture Xia Ping's family to threaten them. No, it won't work at all. That kid's parents aren't in the cloud realm at all. They seem to be in the human's base camp, planet Yanhuang. The shark demon monarch shook his head. If we want to go to Yanhuang planet, it will be equivalent to entering the myriad monster mountain to cause trouble. This is courting death. Unless the demon king is prepared to die, there's only a sliver of a chance of success. Is there any demon king willing to make such a sacrifice? It looked around expectantly. Sacrifice your sister. The group of demon kings all lowered their heads. They were all demon kings, each with a promising future. They ruled a sea region and could live for thousands of years. Who knew how much glory and wealth they could enjoy? In order to kill a small human, they actually had to risk their lives. Wasn't this a joke? Moreover, there was no blood feud between the two sides. Although this human was indeed a threat, it was not to the extent of forcing the demon kings to sacrifice themselves. No, even if his parents aren't around, does it mean that he has no classmates or friends after coming to the cloud realm? Capturing them will have the same effect, the demon king shouted. The monster king shouted. Since one plan had failed, he came up with another plan. But I heard that this kid is also hated by everyone in the human world. I don't know how many enemies he has provoked. I guess there are more people who want to kill him than us demons. The Sea Snake King also got a lot of information about Xia Ping. Moreover, this guy is cold and evil. Even if we really capture his classmates to threaten him, they probably won't let this kid compromise. He expressed that this kid was very stubborn, and it was very difficult to threaten him. Damn it, does he not have any weaknesses? Does he really not have a single friend? A demon king said gloomily. This kid could still live until now, making enemies everywhere. Did no one want to kill him? I don't know if he has friends, but he does have a loyal subordinate called Feng Hatong. He helps him manage a small martial arts organization at Yanhuang University, the Sea Snake King said in a low voice. But this damn fatty is very afraid of death. He knows that many people want to capture him to threaten Xiaoping, so he hides in Yanhuang University and refuses to go out even if you beat him to death. This kid is also relying on this martial arts organization to act like a tyrant. He's living a good life. He expressed that there was nothing he could do. Yanhuang University's defense was not inferior to Giant Island, and it was in the deepest part of the human territory. If they dared to break in, they would die without a doubt. Damn it, he doesn't even have a friend, only a loyal subordinate? What about female friends? Male humans at this age are all like gorillas. He must have many women around him, right? Does he not want to have sex with women? A demon king asked. Indeed, there are many, too many to count. There are several scandals with him. The most famous one seems to be called Qiushu and Su Mei. The Sea Snake King recalled the information. What are we waiting for? Capture them immediately and torture them. Let's see if that bitch Xiaoping will give in or not. A demon king said fiercely, wanting to capture the two women. Many demon kings were also moved. If they captured these two female friends, no matter how Xiaoping jumped, he would have to listen to them obediently. He would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. There's a problem here. These two women just advanced to king level not long ago, and it seems that they killed two demon kings of Myriad Monster Mountain as soon as they advanced. They're a mess. I guess if we go over, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. If we want to capture them, we probably have to be mentally prepared. The Sea Snake King expressed that this plan was a bit difficult. What? Many demon kings were speechless. They seemed to remember that these two humans had just advanced to female king level, and they actually killed two demon kings of Myriad Monster Mountain as soon as they advanced. Without a doubt, these two people's talent was very terrifying, and they had the potential to become invincible kings. It probably wouldn't be long before they became high-level kings. Facing such terrifying people, if they dared to go over, they would be courting death. They completely didn't expect this damned human to be so flawless around Xiaoping. They were so angry that they almost went crazy. However, these demon kings still didn't give up. They wanted to find Xiaoping's flaws and kill him in one strike. Some suggested assassination, some suggested poisoning, and some suggested a honey trap, using beautiful female demons to seduce him, and when they were in bed, they would expose his little brother. Chapter 895. The sky was dark, and the bright moon was high in the sky. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away from the giant island was the lair of the Shark Demon King. His palace was built in the deep sea thousands of meters below the sea. A wormhole immediately appeared in the sky above the sea, and a super battleship jumped out. It was the moon god owned by Xiaoping. He had directly jumped from the giant island to this place. According to the intelligence of the giant corporation, the lair of the Shark Demon King should be under this sea. Xiaoping was inside the moon god, staring at the sea below. The wind was calm, as if nothing had happened. It was like the eve of a storm. Shark Demon King, I must teach you a lesson this time. Xiaoping clenched his fists. He learned from the system that many monster kings were discussing various evil plans to deal with him. Some monster kings even proposed to go to planet Yanhuang to deal with his parents. This was a heinous crime. In the end, they felt that it was too dangerous to go to planet Yanhuang and rejected this proposal. But even so, he could feel the sinister intentions of these sea monster kings. In order to deal with him, they would stop at nothing. If his parents stayed in the cloud world, they would probably use all kinds of methods to capture them. There was always a saying that one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, he had to teach the Shark Demon Monarch and the other demon monarchs a painful lesson this time. If he did not thoroughly beat them up and leave them with unforgettable pain, they would probably not know who they were dealing with. Corinne, can you really search for powerhouses within a radius of 10,000 miles? Xia Ping's heart moved, and he said to the AI in his hand. Corinne also lived in this AI and followed him. Immediately, light gathered, and Corinne immediately appeared in front of Xia Ping. He said, "Of course, for the AI, this is simply child's play. It has an automatic enemy detection system. As long as they are within its detection range, cultivators below the sage level will have nowhere to hide, unless the other party has some secret treasure that can block the system's detection. However, to find such a secret treasure on such a primitive planet is simply harder than reaching the sky." He was extremely proud. For this invasion of the Shark Demon King's lair, Xia Ping was fully prepared. After all, this was a Monster King city. Who knew what would happen? If he were to accidentally bump into an invincible Demon King, he would probably be killed with a single slap. Thus, with the help of the AI, they could search for enemies in the surroundings. This way, they could nip the problem in the bud. "All right, you may leave." With its sound, Xia Ping immediately disembarked from the Moon God ship. Then he placed the Moon God ship into his spatial ring and took out his water avoidance pearl. Immediately, a transparent air shield appeared around his body, and with a splash, he fell into the deep sea. The transparent air cover also sank rapidly. After half an hour, Xia Ping finally arrived at the seabed, which was thousands of meters deep. This is Shark Demon Monarch's lair? Truly amazing. Xia Ping's pupils shrank. He felt as if he had really arrived at the deep sea dragon palace. There was actually a huge underwater city in the depths of the sea. There were all kinds of buildings and palaces everywhere. There were living areas, commercial areas, military areas, and even royal palaces. It was no different from a king. Furthermore, this underwater city was 100 times more luxurious than the Silver Flood Dragon King's lair that Xia Ping had encountered previously. The size of the city was also more than 1,000 times larger. From this, one could see the huge difference between the two. The wealth of the Sea Demon Monarchs was evident. It was not something that the Sea Demon Monarchs could compare with. Riding the water avoidance pearl, Xia Ping quickly approached. He discovered that the entire underwater city seemed to be covered by an energy shield. The entire shield was transparent, isolating the seawater. He did not know what kind of technology was used. "This is the city gate?" Xia Ping cautiously advanced. Controlling the water avoidance pearl, he turned it into a bubble and silently approached the underwater city. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the underwater city. At the entrance, there was a huge city gate. It was several hundred meters tall and could accommodate all kinds of deep-sea monsters. At this moment, there was an endless stream of carriages outside the city gate. All kinds of sea monsters were entering and exiting the city. There were many powerful sea demon guards standing around the entrance. Most of them were shark demons. They held long spears in their hands and wore black armor. They had solemn expressions as they stared sternly at every demon that entered and exited the place. Even around the city gate, there were many tyrannical grandmaster auras hidden. The city was heavily guarded. "Corinne, is there a king in this city?" Xia Ping's heart stirred and he immediately moved. Boom! Immediately, with the brain as the center, a strange fluctuation spread in all directions, covering a radius of several thousand kilometers. It was silent and no one noticed it. No, the strongest expert in this city is only at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. There is no Monster King. Corinne replied. Great. Xia Ping touched his chin. He reckoned that the Shark Demon King did not expect that his nest would be attacked by humans one day. Therefore, he took all the Monster Kings around him and attacked the giant island together. After all, his underwater city was thousands of meters deep in the underwater world. The pressure of the seawater alone was not something that ordinary humans could resist. It was a natural barrier. Throughout history, not many humans had come to the underwater world. Except for some human kings who had come to these places to trade, no one else had. Xia Ping rode the water avoidance pearl. It also had an invisibility function. Distorting light, he carefully followed a sea monster and sneaked into the underwater city. The surrounding shark demon guards did not find anything. They stared at the sea monsters around them seriously as usual. Nothing happened. After entering, Xia Ping immediately felt enlightened. He felt that he had really entered the world of sea monsters. Along the way, there was an endless stream of traffic, and all kinds of strange sea monsters emerged one after another. There was an electric eel whose whole body was emitting purple lightning. It seemed to be constantly generating electricity to operate the machines around it. There was an octopus on the roadside. Its 8 claws were holding kitchen utensils, frantically chopping vegetables. Knives and swords flashed as it constantly made all kinds of delicious food, attracting countless customers. There was also a whale lying in the middle of the garden. Its back was constantly spraying water, and it seemed to be performing a fountain. Many sea monster children ran on the ground barefoot, constantly exclaiming in surprise. It seemed that they wanted to pounce on the whale. The area of the entire city was too large. It was comparable to the giant island. The main race was the Shark Demon clan, but there were also other sea monster races who came to settle here. It was very lively and prosperous. The inner city of the city was where the Shark Demon King lived. It was the palace, and unauthorized people were not allowed to enter and exit at will. It was heavily guarded. Chapter 896. Xia Ping originally wanted to sneak into the palace, but as soon as he got close, he immediately felt that the entire palace was surrounded by a super formation. A huge energy barrier enveloped the surroundings, like an eggshell covering the entire place. Anyone who wants to break into the palace must pass through this energy shield. But if he wants to pass through, he will definitely alarm the guards of the entire palace, and at that time, it may cause big trouble. Moreover, this energy shield has almost no blind spots. Apart from the entrance of the palace, no one can enter or exit from other places. The defense is very tight. I didn't expect that on this aboriginal planet, there would actually be someone who knows array techniques and can manipulate the energy of heaven and earth to form a domain. It is not simple. Corinne's eyes flickered, seemingly seeing the array formation of the palace. Corinne, do you have a way to break this array formation? Xia Ping asked curiously. There is no way. Corinne shook his head. The knowledge of array formation is considered a top secret even in the universe. Only the big sects are qualified to teach it, and it is very difficult to get started. At that time, there were also people in the Myriad Stars sect who knew array techniques, but I, after all, am just an AI. I don't have too much knowledge in this area. I only know some ordinary knowledge, nothing more than a layman. He indicated that he couldn't break the array formation here. This is a bit troublesome. Xia Ping touched his chin, his eyes flickering. If he forcibly broke this barrier array formation, perhaps it would cause a commotion among the guards of the entire palace, which would be disadvantageous to his next action. The problem was, if he didn't forcibly break it, he wouldn't be able to enter. Suddenly, rhythmic sounds of horse hooves came from afar, trampling on the ground, sending out strange vibrations. Then, a luxurious carriage galloped over from afar. Impressively, it was pulled by 2 huge flood dragons, which seemed to contain a trace of ancient bloodline. They had long horns on their heads, and their whole body was purple, exuding a fierce aura. Their eyes were as big as lanterns, extremely frightening. Their 4 limbs trampled on the ground, creating astonishing potholes. The earth trembled, and their imposing manner was astonishing. Such flood dragons, even in the endless sea, could be called overlords. They had the potential to be promoted to kings, and their strength was tyrannical. Not many people dared to provoke them. But now, he was actually pulling a carriage and working as a coachman. One could imagine just how shocking the identity of the person inside the carriage was. Around the carriage were many powerful shark demons. They rode seahorses and held spears in their hands. They seemed to be loyal guards protecting the owner of the carriage. A group of people ran over. Xia Ping counted carefully and found that there were at least 1,000 followers. If it's not Shark Demon Monarch, who is it? Xia Ping's eyes flickered. He was able to sense that these guards and the owner of the carriage were at the Grandmaster realm at most, and they were definitely not at the King realm. However, the extravagance was shocking. It was obvious that he was an important person of high status. The problem was, could there be someone more precious than the Shark Demon King in his lair? Xia Ping hid at the side, relying on the invisible pearl to distort light to achieve the effect of invisibility. He silently watched as this group of people arrived. "Open the door!" A shark monster guard at the front shouted out to the royal palace soldiers. Seeing the appearance of this guard captain, the palace soldiers immediately felt deep veneration. They didn't dare to stop him at all and immediately opened the palace gates to let the convoy in. Da-da-da. The carriage immediately drove in without hesitation. The other guards followed, as if this was a matter of course and they were already used to it. Could the owner of the carriage be the son of the Shark Demon Monarch or some other palace minister? Xia Ping secretly guessed. However, he couldn't be bothered to care who the owner of the carriage was. He felt that this was a great opportunity. It just so happened that when the palace gates opened, there was a momentary gap in the barrier. He could take advantage of this opportunity to follow the convoy and enter the palace. Swoosh! Xia Ping used the Kunpeng steps and controlled the airflow. He silently followed the group of people in. The surrounding shark monster guards didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Or rather, they had been peaceful in their lair for too long. No one dared to barge into the Shark Demon Monarch's palace, so they had never thought that something like this would happen. Therefore, the guards were naturally a lot more lax. Right? Where is this Shark Demon Monarch's treasure trove? Xia Ping appeared in the palace and strolled leisurely, as if this place was his home. He knew that there were no king-level cultivators in the palace, so he wasn't too worried about his safety. Even if he was discovered by the guards, he could easily escape. However, the area of the palace was too large. It was several times larger than the Forbidden City on Earth. For a moment, he was like a headless fly, wandering around aimlessly. However, he still couldn't find the treasure trove in the palace. The palaces he passed were either the servants' residences, the training grounds, or the royal kitchen. No, I can't continue wasting time here. I have to find a monster familiar with the palace to ask. Otherwise, I won't be able to find anything even after a few days. Xia Ping felt that he was unfamiliar with this place and needed to find a few tour guides to guide him. Therefore, he decided to personally knock out a few of the palace monsters and force them to be his tour guides. Therefore, he appeared in a remote place. Who is it? Immediately, two shark demons that happened to pass by noticed Xia Ping, and they immediately shouted and questioned him in a stern voice. They had never seen an unfamiliar demon like Xia Ping. Why are you in the palace? A shark monster guard asked sternly. Me. Xia Ping was just about to subdue these two shark demons and interrogate them. However, unexpectedly, one of the shark monsters suddenly shouted, "I know. You must be the princess guard. Why are you barging around in the palace? Don't you know that there are many forbidden areas in the palace that don't allow unauthorized people to enter? Otherwise, it's a capital offense. Even if you are the princess guard, you won't be able to escape death." The other shark monster also came to a realization. So you are the princess guard. No wonder you would appear in the palace. I was wondering why a strange monster would appear out of nowhere. So that's why. Xia Ping was speechless. He didn't say anything, but these two shark monsters mistook him as the princess guard. What kind of intelligence did they have? Did they not have the concept of an intruder? However, thinking about it carefully, this city had been peaceful for a long time. There hadn't been any intruders in the past 1,000 years. To them, invading the palace was something unimaginable. Therefore, these guards didn't have the concept of an intruder. They automatically thought that Xia Ping was one of them. After all, the palace was heavily guarded and there was a barrier protecting it. It was impossible for a stranger to enter. Chapter 897. White Jade's Spiritual Elixir Pond? Xia Ping was stunned. He didn't know where this place was. He looked at the two shark demons. You don't know where this place is? This is a famous place in our imperial palace. It's where the shark demon king received the spirit vein from the bottom of the sea and hired an expert to build a spirit gathering formation to gather the essence of heaven and earth. Finally, this peerless treasure land was formed. One of the shark demons revealed an envious expression. It said that this pond is filled with extremely pure spiritual elixirs. If you soak in this pond to cultivate, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Cultivating in this pond for a day is equivalent to cultivating for a year under normal circumstances. If it weren't for the princess's arrival and the king's order, not even the princes would be qualified to step into the White Jade Spiritual Elixir Pond. Spiritual elixir? Hearing this, Xia Ping's heart was moved. This was definitely a peerless treasure. He didn't expect that other than the celestial demon battlefield, there were other places that produced spiritual elixirs. However, after thinking about it carefully, the Endless Sea was the largest gathering place of treasures in the cloud world. There were all kinds of blessed lands. It was normal to have a treasure land that could produce spiritual elixirs. If he could plunder all the spiritual elixirs in this pond, he would definitely obtain great benefits. After all, he had used up a lot of the spiritual elixirs he obtained before. Now was the perfect time to replenish them. Where is this White Jade Spiritual Elixir Pond? Xia Ping blinked and asked curiously. Oh right, you're new here. It's normal that you don't know where the White Jade Spiritual Elixir Pond is. How about this? We'll personally lead the way for you so that you won't wander around and end up in some forbidden land. You might even get us into trouble. One of the shark demons waved his hand and wanted to personally lead the way for Xia Ping. Brothers, you are all good demons. I'm really grateful. If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay you too. Xia Ping immediately felt that these two shark demons were good demons. They didn't need him to do it himself and even took the initiative to lead the way for him. Where else in this world could he find such guides? If they weren't good demons, then what were? You're too polite. As long as this brother can put in a few good words for us, then we'll be eternally grateful. A shark monster smiled. It also had its own schemes. It wanted to curry favor with this princess through Xia Ping and obtain benefits. Of course. As long as I meet the princess, I will definitely mention your hard work and contributions in front of her. Xia Ping cupped his hands and directly made an empty promise. Hearing this, the two shark demons immediately felt as though Xia Ping was one of their own. There weren't many demons who would do this. By the way, brother, why do I feel like you're a human? If this wasn't an underwater city, humans wouldn't be able to reach here at all. I almost thought you were a human and killed you, shouted the shark demon monarch. To be honest, my original form is that of a sea ape. I'm 70 to 80% similar to a human. After taking human form, I'm not much different from a human. When I travel outside, I'm often mistaken for a human by demons. I'm nearly killed for a human. It's really unspeakable. Xia Ping poured out his grievances. He expressed that he was a sea ape and had many inconveniences. So you're a sea ape? No wonder you look so similar to a human. The shark demon nodded and suddenly realized, coming to our underwater world, humans are indeed discriminated against. Especially a race like yours. You look so similar to a human. It's hard not to be discriminated against. But don't worry, brother, I won't discriminate against you. Although you look like a human, you're still a member of our sea demon race. We can't do without you. It patted its chest, expressing that it was equal to all demons. It wouldn't casually discriminate against demons that looked like humans. Thank you for your concern, brother. But where is this White Jade Spiritual Elixir Pond? Hurry up and bring me there. I'm afraid that if the princess gets anxious, she'll be punished. Xia Ping didn't want to continue chatting. He wanted to directly go to the White Jade Spiritual Elixir Pond. You're right. Now isn't the time to chat. There'll be plenty of time in the future. Follow me. It's not far from here. We'll arrive very soon. The shark demon nodded. It felt that proper business was more important. Otherwise, if the boss blamed them, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences and wouldn't be able to avoid punishment. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of the shark demon, Xia Ping came to a luxurious palace. This palace was filled with dense energy. From time to time, the aura of the spiritual elixir floated out. It was shocking. Even if he didn't enter the palace, just staying outside and breathing in the aura of the spiritual elixir could speed up his cultivation and benefit him greatly. At this time, the palace was surrounded by guards. There was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. The security was very tight. There were even Grandmaster-level demons hiding inside. Even if a fly wanted to fly in, it would be impossible. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Don't you know this is the official residence of the princess? What are you doing here? Immediately, an octopus demon shouted angrily, stopping Xia Ping and the 2 shark demons from entering. It's like this. One of the shark demons immediately said, "Previously, when we were patrolling the palace, we suddenly found the princess's guard who got lost. So, we brought this brother here. We didn't mean to trespass the princess' residence." It pointed at Xia Ping next to it. The princess's guard? Are you serious? The octopus demon was very confused. It looked at Xia Ping and felt that he was very strange. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? It's normal. I'm new here. It's natural that you haven't seen me before. I guess we'll be very familiar with each other in the future," Xia Ping said casually, indicating that he was new. "Bullshit." The octopus demon shouted angrily, "I know all the guards around the princess. Even if you are new, you will report to me. There's no reason for me not to know you. Tell me the truth now. What are you trying to do by pretending to be the princess's guard?" It said sternly, and its eyes were full of murderous intent. It stared at Xia Ping and didn't believe a word he said. What? The 2 shark demons suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this guy was not the princess's guard at all? Don't. As soon as he said that, Xia Ping knew that his identity had been exposed. He immediately made a move and used the 8 heavenly dragons' music. Immediately, there was a terrifying vibration in the void, like the roar of a heavenly dragon. With Xia Ping's body as the center, circles of sound waves spread out and condensed into a substance. It really was the roar of a heavenly dragon. At the same time, he also used the bewitching bell on him to produce a strange bewitching power. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 898. Enemy Attack. Seeing dozens of Murloc guards fall to the ground, the 5 or 6 Guru Realm monsters hiding in the dark immediately rushed out. They were shocked and angry as they rushed towards Xia Ping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, the power of these Guru Realm monsters exploded like 5 or 6 tornadoes. They were extremely violent and seemed to explode the whole air, trying to tear Xia Ping into pieces. Quake! Xia Ping roared again. The soul-bewitching bell exploded with a terrible vibration power. It seemed that the air was vibrating thousands of times. In an instant, it bombarded the bodies of these Guru Realm fishmen. In an instant, their bodies were shaken dozens of times. Their blood and chi were tumbling, and even their bodies stopped moving for a moment. Taking advantage of this gap, Xia Ping slapped the body of these Guru Realm fishmen fiercely like a giant elephant slapping an ant, producing a terrible vibration power. With a plop, 5 or 6 Guru Realm fishmen were immediately slapped to the ground, creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. They were immediately knocked unconscious on the ground before they could even make a sound. The 2 shark demons were trembling all over. Everything had happened too fast. From the time the octopus monster spoke to Xia Ping, it had only been a few breaths of time. But during this time, the guards who were guarding the palace were all knocked unconscious on the ground, foaming at the mouth. It was estimated that they would not wake up in a short time. Bro, aren't you the princess's guard? Why did you attack these people?" A shark demon stammered. Looking at Xia Ping, it had a vague feeling that something was wrong. It felt that something big had happened this time. They had actually sent this evil monster near the princess. If anything happened to the princess, it would be crippled even if it did not die. The main thing is that they need to be taught a lesson. As the princess's guard, my identity cannot be questioned. How dare they question my identity? Isn't this a slap to my face? If I don't teach them a lesson now, they won't know who the boss is. In the future, will I still be dignified in front of the princess? Xia Ping indicated that this was just a small lesson. But even so, isn't it too much to knock them all out? What if an enemy comes over? Will there be any big problems? The shark demon was a little confused and said subconsciously, "Stupid." The shark monster on the side was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. He angrily cursed, "Are you fucking stupid? Did water enter your head? Even at this time, you still believe that he is the Princess Imperial bodyguard? You're still asking if there's going to be a big problem? There's already an intruder in the palace. This in itself is a big problem, an unprecedented invasion. This guy clearly has bad intentions. He even knocked out the princess's people. It's easy to imagine what he wants to do. Hurry up and inform the captain to come over and capture the intruder. It was furious. Its companion was so stupid that it was almost fooled by this guy. Inform the captain? That's not very good, is it? The shark demon swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said nervously. It felt that informing the captain was not a good idea. How is it not good? Don't tell me you're in cahoots with this intruder, trying to kidnap and blackmail the princess? The other shark demon glared at his companion. Actually, I also feel that informing your captain is not a good idea. If this matter is blown up, I'm afraid there will be countless casualties. Blood will flow like a river. What do you think? Xia Ping looked at the shark demon with a smile. It was unknown when a long sword had appeared in his hand, but it was pressed against the shark demon's back, as if it could pierce through its heart in an instant. The shark demon was scared to the point of pissing himself. No wonder his companion was stuttering and did not dare to inform the captain. It turned out that his little life was in the hands of this intruder. Don't kill me. He stuttered, not knowing what to say. Both his legs were trembling. Don't worry. Seeing that you've led the way for me, I won't kill you for now. But you can sleep for a while. With a thud, Xia Ping moved and slapped the heads of the two shark demons. With a plop, they all fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. They would not be able to wake up for a while. Xia Ping moved all the unconscious guards to the side and walked straight into the palace. Along the way, he encountered some guards, but they were all easily knocked out by him. He basically did not encounter any obstacles along the way. This is the White Jade Spiritual Fluid Pool. A few minutes later, Xia Ping passed through the palace and arrived at the deepest part of the palace. He saw a huge pool made of white jade in front of him. The surroundings were filled with white mist, almost covering the entire pool. The surrounding energy was extremely abundant. It seemed to be of a higher grade than the spiritual fluid in the celestial demon battlefield. It contained a unique energy fluctuation. Xia Ping felt his earth energy increase a little with a slight breath. The pool was also very large. It was the size of 10 swimming pools, and it was all filled with spiritual fluid. Because there was too much spiritual fluid and it was too dense, it seemed to have produced all kinds of phenomena. Clouds and mist lingered above the pool, as if there were dozens of giant dragons soaring. The scene was shocking. Is this the spiritual fluid formed by the convergence of the spiritual veins in the sea? It seems to be of a very high grade, and the energy is very pure. Xia Ping immediately felt very satisfied. As expected of a treasured land used by kings. It was extraordinary. If he could empty this pool of spiritual fluid, he would be completely rich. Who is it? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice came from the depths of the pool. It was especially ethereal, as if a sea demon was bewitching a passing sailor. If one listened carefully, one's soul would sink into it. Splash! This was the sound of the spiritual fluid stirring in the depths of the pool. A graceful figure walked out of the pool. She walked out of the white mist and appeared directly in front of Xia Ping. What? It's a mermaid? Xia Ping's pupils constricted. He saw an excessively beautiful mermaid in the pool. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Such beauty was suffocating. It was as if even the stars in the sky had lost their light. What made him spurt blood the most was that this mermaid was not wearing any clothes. Her breasts were exposed, as if she had broken free from gravity. Although the majority of her body was covered by her waterfall-like hair, one could still feel the astonishing scale. Her skin was as smooth as silk and as smooth as cream. If she were in human society, she would definitely be a demoness who could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people. What calmed Xia Ping down a little was that her lower body was a fishtail. It flickered with golden scales, appearing gorgeous and noble. It swayed gently in the pool. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.